It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
41 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 70s.
Nice.
Yeah, a little bit of rain coming like around dinner time into the rest of the evening. But up until then, enjoy the outside, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, it is a comfy Thursday for Thomas once again.
Mm-hmm. What?
This is like the tracksuit's one thing, but like the knit shoes, the knit sneakers.
It was really comfortable.
You look like you bought them from an 80-year-old woman at a flea market. I crochet them myself.
I kind of get it.
It's also the socks that you're wearing with the sneakers. I mean, it's a lot of colors going on.
Jumps, it pops, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think they go together.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I just kind of kept like a blue theme, you know, like a sky theme.
Yeah, no, it's
Sky theme. Sky Tommy.
You want to check out Sky Tommy?
Yeah.
Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Check out the live stream and Sky Tommy this week. So there was no let me try that again. There was no tornado the other day.
No.
There were the storms on Tuesday. Chance of a tornado, nothing confirmed. But it doesn't mean that some parts of our listening area didn't get blasted with weather.
For sure.
So it looks like on Tuesday evening, southeast of us got hit really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Clifton Springs specifically.
They seem to get that a lot, that area.
Okay, can we talk about why?
Is it like windier down like just south of here? Like why is it so bad?
They said it was, for some reason, the lake pushed everything south of us.
Oh.
Hey, talk to Glenn Johnson, man.
That's not how he sounded when he said it.
I blame the lake.
I blame the lake.
No, I think because the lake kind of...
Okay, I don't care. Nobody cares. I was stopping talking to give you the silence that showed nobody cares, and you just kept talking. So, yeah, Clifton Springs, just east of us, got it really bad. And yesterday, all the folks out in that area had to start cleaning up the debris that ended up all over the place. There were some trees that landed on homes, right? Things blowing all over, damage galore. And, Kimmy, you were watching some of these folks clean this stuff up, and you had a good question.
What's that?
Yeah, so, I mean, if there's stuff from your yard, like, you know, parts of, like, your garden, trees, whatever is located in your yard, and it ends up, like, scattered throughout your neighborhood because of your tree or whatever it is that made a mess, are you obligated to go pick that up out of your neighbor's yard, or is it kind of like, hey, we're all just going to clean up our own yards here no matter where it came from?
I mean, it'd be hard to, like, start to decipher. I mean, if there's that much damage, who's got what?
Well, I guess so. You kind of know.
You know.
That just seems like a regular street to me.
Where certain things may have come from.
So I know this. If you have a tree in your yard, and let's say it falls into your neighbor's yard, he's responsible for that part of the tree.
Okay, that sounds that sounds
Yes.
like something a lazy man just decided. You sound like my daughter.
That's the law. Check the Geneva Convention, bro.
So if my tree, let's say I didn't maintain the tree, so that's why it fell.
Okay, now you sound like
No, I'm curious because, like, let's say it was a dead tree or something, and I never took care of it. It ends up falling in my neighbor's yard, so they're on the hook for that tree, even though it's my fault.
Whatever damage happens in that yard, it's on them.
Okay, so I'm not talking cost here, right?
You're just talking like who picks up what.
Clean it up. All right, so,
it's just a mess.
But you're just talking yard debris, not like that's my trampoline.
Well, no, let's talk trampoline or tree or something like that. Let's start with the tree. Let's say the tree, it's on my property, it falls onto my neighbor's property. Now it's like crushed the fence, it's like hit something in the backyard, and that tree's got to be like dismantled. Are you obligated to go help cut that tree and move it?
I mean, if you physically can, but do you know how to do that?
Well, bro, you just start chainsawing the tree.
Okay, when's the last time you operated a chainsaw?
So I never operated a chainsaw, but when we had a wicked windstorm in September of like 2000.
Yeah. Wait, you talking about when you were a kid?
98, 99. Yeah, no, it was before 9/11.
Yeah.
And I remember one of my neighbor's trees, it was massive, went down in the yard, and everyone in the neighborhood, like 2 or 3 guys had chainsaws.
Yeah,
and we all
came
like
with their chainsaws.
Yes, it was like Chainsaw Central. But like we all like formed like everyone picks up a piece of wood and then like walk it down through.
Yeah, you're like
That's
the
nice.
Amish. Everybody helps.
Exactly.
I mean, I would think that's the neighborly thing to do, but I don't know how much you're obligated.
And what if you're busy cleaning up your own yard, especially in this case where everybody's probably got a mess to pick up?
I don't know, because like I would feel if it's my thing, I need to go over there.
Yeah,
and help.
I mean that would be the kind thing to do.
I don't want to.
But like to Kimmy's point, like if you're in a bad way around your house, you may not have time to be so neighborly if your house is all effed up.
Okay, but here's the thing: your neighbor ain't gonna want to hear that because like everything you're saying. You're right.
Yeah.
I got my own problems. This is not something that I planned on doing. It was just an act of God, whatever. Mm-hmm. But you can admit that even if your neighbor's house is effed up, if their tree has fallen on your yard and it's causing a major problem, you're expecting them to come over and help.
Well, I would say this. If he looks like he's devastated over there, you give the guy a break. But if I'm over cleaning up his tree and I hear the grill going and he's all of a sudden, he got some music going on out there and he's, having a little beer or something, then I'm pissed. He can come over and help if you got time for that crap.
Okay.
What if, like, it's something smaller, like the shingles on your roof, like, go flying and land all in your neighbor's yard? You got to go pick those things up, or is that kind of on them?
I would think. I mean, what are you going to do? You're throwing them out anyway.
No, I know, but, like, let's say there's, 75 shingles that blow off your neighbor's roof all through your landscaping, and he knows it's his. Yeah. Right? And he looks over and goes, oh, man. Well, see you later, Tommy.
Well, no, that's a dick.
Well, no, but you just said, how would you know? You said up front, I don't know who's is who. Would you go pick up your shingles?
Yeah, I think I would.
Well, that was a trick question. You don't have shingles. It's your wife's house.
So I don't have to.
Joke's on you. Your wife has to go pick them up.
Which means I have to go pick them up.
Exactly.
Yeah, my wife would make me go over there. Even if I wasn't going to do it, she'd make me go over there and do that.
But she wouldn't come with you.
She would make sure I did it.
Okay. But she wouldn't come help you do it.
No.
But then there's also... Like, do you have to ask your neighbor first, too? Because, like, is it weird if you just start going and picking up their yard?
I mean, you should go over. I mean, if you're going to be doing, like, serious work in a guy's yard, dragging over chainsaws and wheelbarrows.
Okay, chainsaw's one thing. I agree with you there if I'm going to operate a chainsaw in someone's backyard. That being said, I disagree. Like, if damage is really bad or it's your stuff, I think it's the cooler thing to do to just go start picking it up.
I would still give the guy a heads up I'm going to be in your yard, especially if I'm going to be in there doing a lot of in and out work.
No, but here's my fear.
I feel weird about just going into their yard and doing stuff.
Here's my fear, though. If I go over there, let's say it's shingles or a trampoline or whatever, right? And I go over there, I knock on the door, I go, hey, listen, let me help you clean this up. And he goes, no, don't worry about it. I'm going to feel guilty.
Well, then that's...
If I start doing it, that guy's going to look out the window with his coffee and be like, that's a solid dude. That is a good man.
Or you're stepping all over my landscaping. Get out of my yard.
It's full of shingles already. You weren't taking care of it after the wind. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Those storms rolled through Tuesday night. East of us got hit really bad. According to Thomas Glenn Johnson, it was the lake that pushed it down.
I blame the lake for the 7 degrees cooler.
I love how you go, I blame that. He would be more certain in his statements.
No, he's very standoffish when it comes to the lake.
He's super nice.
He's a great guy. Never met him.
You've never met Glenn Johnson?
No.
You've worked in this town for 30 years. So was he.
When would I meet him?
Anywhere?
It is weird. Never crossed paths at any point.
Like
it's only if I run. I wouldn't go out of my way. Like, oh my God, there's Glenn Johnson. I got to say hello.
Wait, you wouldn't say hi to Glenn Johnson?
If I walk, all right. So let's say I go into a restaurant and Glenn's sitting down with his lovely wife and children.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's what it's don't know anything. I would not go over and introduce myself.
Really?
No.
You wait for him to come over?
No.
No. Okay, that's what it is. Look at this Sicilian crap with your tracksuit on. Tommy Walnuts over here. No, I find it weird because first of all,
well, you're all glad handy. You like to know all these media types.
Yeah, man, it really helps me out knowing Glenn Johnson.
But you do. You go out of your way when you see people on TV to say hello to
No, it's just we're in the same business. I think it's the polite thing.
I don't think
First
they
of
see
all,
it like
they
that
don't.
way.
They look at us as trash, man. They look down on us.
They look at you as trash.
You
too,
your
bro.
little talky talk
You
on the
trash.
radio.
Bro, they think this is a joke.
You trash.
No talent.
Don't drag me down to your
Hello,
trash
Tommy
level.
Muley. Have you heard my impression of you?
No, but that's what's so weird is that's why I think you should be the one to go out of the way. Because like when it comes to like,
I've met a few of them when I've been out.
Oh, look at you, glad-handed like a bitch. Hey, I want to be on the news too. Check out my tricks. No, like everybody in this town has met Mike Catalana, Ginny Ryan, Don Alhart, Glenn Johnson, Adam Chodak. Like you meet these people just bounce around.
Never met Chodak.
They're never met Chodes?
No.
Chodes.
He looks a little too stuffy for my taste.
See, you would think so. Actually, good dude.
But he looks like a little bit educated.
Yeah, he is educated. He's also a really nice guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
No, I'm saying like you have this judgment based on what somebody does on TV, reading the news. But with the Glenn Johnson thing, the fact that you've done an impression of Glenn Johnson for 30 years,
Yes.
yet you would not go out of your way to say hi to him, makes it look like you're a bitch. Like because you do the impression, you have to go say hi.
What if he's pissed off that I did the impression?
I don't think he would be.
I think it would help if he was pissed off that you introduced yourself, right?
Well,
I think he'd be more pissed if you were kind of like standoffish.
Yeah, let him steam.
No,
You would look like a coward.
No, doing the
Well, I
impression,
am a coward.
doing the impression and not introducing yourself makes the impression look mean-spirited
Yeah.
when I know you
Yes.
just do a really good Glenn Johnson, which is why you do it.
I don't do anything mean about him.
You've said some gross things as Glenn Johnson.
I am not.
Half-inch of glaze. And we're not talking snow.
No, we ain't.
252 WCMF, going back to stuff in people's yards. Let's talk to Don. Hey, Donnie, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So this actually just happened to me about like 2 months ago. I have probably like 5 dead trees in my backyard, and it fell in my neighbor's yard and almost hit his house. And I'm a new house owner, and I didn't know what to do. I just left it, and he just cleaned it up the other day.
You didn't say anything about it to him, Don?
I didn't know what to do. I just moved to the neighborhood and the whole 9 yards, and it was a big tree.
Good first impression, Don.
Hey, he lives on the other street, so his backyard is in my front yard, if you will. So I don't see him that much.
Okay.
But my neighbor on the other side, his tree fell in my yard, and he left it. So I just thought that was the thing in the neighborhood.
Oh, you live on Giant Dick Lane.
Well, Brockport, if you will.
Don, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. What do you think it would sound like if Glenn Johnson was upset that you didn't talk to him about your tree falling in his yard?
Well, you at least come over and talk to me about the tree. I'm here every afternoon because I do Tuesdays because Stacy needs the day off. So I do an extended forecast at 11 o'clock.
So I think we learned 3 things.
What's that?
One, if something blows in your neighbor's yard, damages you should go talk to them. 2, be careful when you're operating a chainsaw.
Yeah.
And 3, if you know Glenn Johnson, please go out of your way to tell him he needs to introduce himself to Tommy Muley because Mr. Mafia Tracksuit is too big a deal to introduce himself. We got a dynamite half-inch of glaze. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out. Good luck.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock.
I dare you.
Also, just after 7 o'clock, how'd you like to be a star?
Yeah.
Well, you've been trying 30 years. It ain't happened yet. But for everyone else,
Yes.
There's a legit opportunity.
Oh, God. Is this one of these?
No, it's not. Okay, well, let me tell you what it is before you're a dick. We know that there is a motion picture being filmed in Western New York that will be debuting around Christmas time involving our favorite football team.
Oh, yes.
And that will be starting soon. But they need legitimate actors. And when I say, okay, let me try that again. They are casting legitimate parts.
Oh, really?
But you don't have to be a legitimate actor. It sounds like they want this movie to look and sound like Western New York.
Oh, okay.
And because of that, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Tommy.
Here's the opportunity.
Tommy Hollywood,
It's a
ladies and
big
gentlemen.
break.
Yeah, this could be it, Kimmy.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
We're talking about Clifton Springs. That's out there a little bit.
Sure.
Country. A world we don't understand.
Yeah.
And that's why I am going to share this piece of information with you and everyone else that might be listening.
Oh, wow.
Because if you come across this on a tree, you may think it's no big deal.
Yeah.
But it turns out you need to know what this means. Because the person that put it there is sending you a warning.
Oh, it's like something carved or something?
No.
But it's hanging there?
No.
But somebody put it there.
I'm going to tell you next.
What is it?
Here in the break room on CMF. This is very valuable information, Tommy.
What is it?
And we share it with you listeners because we care about you. You may not understand
Yeah.
if you came across this in a wooded area what it means, but you need to be aware because some folks are doing this just to let you know. Other folks are doing this because if you step foot past it, there's going to be trouble.
Oh, really? So it's a warning.
It is. A warning that not everybody understands. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45 this morning, we have a study in front of us, and it's the least surprising study in the world. In fact, I'm surprised more people don't, quote, secretly hate this. And I'll be honest with you. If you ask your friends to do this, you are a dick.
Okay.
But so many people do.
Oh.
All right.
Tell you what it is. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, it's the 1st of May this morning, right? So weather's getting nicer. We're
Yeah,
going to be
yeah,
outside more. Let's say you're taking a walk
Yeah.
in a wooded area,
Right.
which you're known to do, and you see a purple blob of spray paint on a tree. Do you know what that means?
I always think it's like some kind of cancer awareness thing or something. I don't know.
Somebody spray painted a
Isn't purple something for cancer?
Every
Like the
color is
ribbon,
some kind of
But
cancer.
I think
not
it's for,
just
like, dudes,
Straight
I
up
think.
purple.
I think purple's for like ball cancer.
Okay,
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
And it's just like a blob of paint?
They spray painted a tree, a circle on the tree.
And that's a warning.
Well, yeah. It means no trespassing.
Oh.
Oh.
Why don't you just get the sign?
Well,
See, I
makes-
feel like a red X kind of says that, or like some. I feel like purple's too nice of a color.
Yeah, it is.
Like
It's
it's too pleasant.
Yeah.
purple. So this trend started a few years ago. In fact, there are a few states now in America that recognize purple paint on a tree as a legal no trespassing notification. It almost happened legally in New York a few years ago. There was legislation, but it never got pushed through.
Yeah.
And you asked why.
Yes.
Well, you said, why not put up a sign? Mm-hmm. Landowners say that people continue to steal their no trespassing sign.
Okay.
And it's hard for them to mark their property.
Why don't you just spray paint no trespassing?
Well, because it's like a skinny tree. And what are you?
You do it, go it down like
What are
that.
you, a B-boy in
No,
the 80s
okay.
in Brooklyn?
I don't know.
They say this prevents the purple blob, anyone from taking their stuff down,
Yeah.
and it's a bright color that you don't normally see in
Oh, yeah,
nature, so
true.
it stands out.
All right.
So when you see purple spray paint on a tree,
Oh, boy.
do not go past that tree.
Stop.
No trespassing. The no trespassing thing's a weird idea.
Yes.
Hey, Tommy, when you see a no trespassing sign on someone's property, what do you think about that person?
Dick. And my family's full of them. My brother especially, and he's got all the warning signs.
Like actual signs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's also well armed.
No trespassing house in the neighborhood or wherever you live is the house that will absolutely keep that Frisbee that falls into their yard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're both in agreement. You both believe that
Yeah.
no trespassing
Yeah.
guy is a massive dick.
Yes.
My brother has, because he owned 2 pieces of property, and people used to walk down to the end of the street just to see the water.
Yeah.
And they would just walk down, and then it just looked like a walkway, but it was his property, right? But these people are literally down there just looking at the water. He comes out and gives them a warning with a sidearm.
Ay.
And the one kid, there was like these 2 hippie kids, just sweet kids. They're just hanging out, right? Not causing any problem, but was pissing my brother off. They were smoking.
Get out. Wait.
It's cigarettes I'm talking
On his
right?
property, though.
On his property, sitting on a seawall. So he walks out there and he goes, "Hey, this is my property." And the kid goes, "You don't own all this." It sent him through the roof, man. Like I can see him
Prove
like
it.
grabbing the holster, like pulling the hammer back. Tell you something, kid.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
When it comes to people that own like massive,
Yeah, big property.
Parts of
Where
property.
like you can't tell where it starts and where it stops.
I mean, farms, ranches.
or
yeah.
if it backs up to like a park
Yes.
or
Yeah.
something that I know people can kind of get a little weird about. Like they want to show you where the line is.
and look, there's legitimate reasons why, right? Like if you spray paint your tree purple because you own this stuff, I mean, if there are people hunting, you want to give them an awareness
Absolutely.
of where the line is.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, too. Like, let's say there's kids playing around or adults like
Yeah.
snowmobiling. If they get hurt on your property, you might be liable for
Oh, yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, in that way, this makes total sense.
Sure.
But I do find it funny now, if you see that purple blob, you're going to think that guy is a massive dick.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
right. I think there
absolutely.
is like a time and place for it because, like I said, like if you're living out in like the wood, like I remember friends of mine who had parents who kind of lived out there a little bit, and like I said, you kind of never really knew where their property touched, And I'm sure that there were people out there hunting and using the trails. So I can understand just wanting to show people, where to stop. But what I don't get are the people that put it in the very, the suburbs,
Yeah.
Okay,
the
so
neighborhoods
That's
and
my
stuff.
brother, yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense.
So let's talk about that. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Purple paint spray painted on a tree as the weather gets nicer is now an international sign for this is where my property starts.
yeah.
And folks who are doing it say when they put up the no trespassing signs, people steal them, so they need to do something that can't be taken.
Okay.
In multiple states in America, this has become like a legal way to mark your property, not in New York yet. All right, so true or false, the smaller the property with the no trespassing sign, the more dangerous that person seems.
Well, he's a bigger dick.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would say yes.
Well, there's a difference between dick and dangerous.
All right.
That guy is putting that out there because he doesn't want any dog on his lawn that
Yeah.
walks by or any kid running through his yard.
Okay, so you don't see him as dangerous either.
He's
'Cause-
territorial. Yeah, no, he could be dangerous.
I'm not saying he couldn't be dangerous.
Yeah.
That sign almost makes him more dangerous because it pisses him off even more if you cross the sign.
You're
Like,
definitely
now that
uptight.
warning's out there and you're still on my property.
Yeah.
No, like when I see those signs, I assume like if I step on that yard, like with your brother, like to your brother's
Yeah.
point, he's gonna come out shooting.
Oh, well, he's got to come out and question you and then start shooting.
Hey, hey,
He's hey guy.
hey, cut it out. It's funny too. Like if you need a no trespassing sign, Home Depot has you covered in 70,000 different
There's
ways.
a whole aisle of that stuff. But I always think, like, if you got that stuff, you're a really angry man.
Yeah.
You're angry. And that, I mean, just in general.
Yeah, at everything.
Pick a subject, man.
No, you're right. It's like you put that sign out there, you're looking for a reason.
You're looking
Is
for
it-
a fight.
Yeah.
I feel like, to your point, you said angry man. Like, it is, I always assume it's a guy.
It is.
It's a man's decision to put that sign out
So
there.
you can Google this. No woman has never bought a no trespassing sign.
Is that all right? Hold on. Let's think here.
Why would they?
Well, I mean,
And I'm not saying like there isn't a woman that wouldn't be a little upset at somebody on her property, but I don't think she's putting the sign out.
Yeah.
but you would
Signs are guys.
But like Kimmy, you've talked about in the past, women can feel more exposed.
Vulnerable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't. I don't think that anybody's putting that sign out there for their safety. They're
Okay.
doing it because they don't want anybody to touch their stuff.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, buddy. I defend my property. Got a rocket chair and a 12 gauge.
I find it funny,
What?
with all due respect,
What?
right? Because you say no trespassing, sign guy is a dick.
Yeah.
But you sit here in this chair and you watch your security cameras on your wife's property all day long.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, I want to see if it's raining
Okay.
and what's going on. If the dog's out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And any suspicious activity.
No, but I would argue yours is worse, right? Like I'm watching you and you don't know I'm watching you. Do you get alerts when people walk into the camera? No, you don't? Okay.
No.
Because like my wife got us one of those doorbell cameras like a year ago.
So it has like a sensor that tells you.
Yeah, if somebody walks in front of the door,
Oh.
it goes on. Like I
Senses
get
movement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get an alert, but I don't know. It's stupid. Like it's not going to prevent crime. I just get bothered all
I
day
just want
long.
to see when my package is there.
I guess, but like
definitely like that.
okay,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like, there's usually somebody home, so
Yeah.
I'll definitely like that. Like the package is going to be there when you get home.
Yeah, but I also get excited that it's there. It's the little things, Pat.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. I'm not an angry person, and I have a sign. My sign says no trespassing, no soliciting, private property, and beware a dog. But
All on one sign.
It's a big sign.
there's a reason, all on one sign, right at the end of the driveway. I have a pretty deep, property. My driveway's like 150 feet deep. So
And that's with a $5,000 door. So
how come? Wait a minute. Why does the door keep going up 1,000 every
Inflation,
time I
it's a
call?
tariff.
Tariffs,
It's a tariff.
yeah.
No, but seriously, when it comes down to it,
All right,
my
folks.
big complaint is that people are walking on my property. It gets the dog barking, and that's, it's just a pain in the neck. Because the dog goes crazy the minute she sees a squirrel in the neighbor's house, 3 houses
Well, you got to
down.
get that no squirrel sign out there.
The squirrels don't seem to pay attention. I tried to handle that, but
for
they,
God's yeah.
they don't want nothing to do with it.
All right, well,
But,
Rammer, may I?
the other thing is, it's like you said, you have a doorbell cam. I've got like 3 or 4 cameras in my security system, and every time somebody
System.
walks
Got a
by,
freaking
when if
fortress.
they're on my property, it sets off all the cameras, and that's a pain in the neck. Now the phone's ringing, the alarms going off. So just stay off my grass.
Or just get rid of all that stuff. I mean, you don't have
Don't you
to
think
have
like
it.
private property and no trespassing kind of go hand in hand? Like, I think you only need one of those, right?
Yeah, it is a little redundant.
Yeah.
Well, they do, but I think there's a law that stipulates you have to state that in order to enforce the no trespassing.
All right, well, Rammer, thank you for all the information, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
He's that guy, man.
Of course he's not. I don't think I'm an angry man. Here's all the signs that I have. Like, he went to Home Depot and said, give me everything.
Do we have an anger aisle?
I mean, look, in all seriousness, Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever, if they sold a package of those signs in one, they would sell out.
The Angry Man Sign Company.
Yeah, the Angry Man works. Give me the works. I'll take all. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF.
The Angry Man variety pack.
Well, we've shook the Angry Man tree.
Oh, yeah, you did.
This comes in from Ron.
Ron's an angry man.
Ron says, how do people know where my property starts if I don't have a sign? Sure, I don't have a lot of property, just a front yard and a backyard, but I don't want to welcome everybody that's walking all over the place or have kids playing wiffle ball in my backyard because they feel like they can. The sign lets them know I can come out and tell them to go away. You can tell them to go away without the sign.
Yes, just get yourself a fine bullhorn, and on the sign you could put Big Ron on it. Here goes Big Ron and his horn.
Okay, again, I get that if you own like a wooded area, this makes sense.
Right.
But if you live in a standard
neighborhood,
right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Nobody's walking through your yard.
And here's the thing: if they are walking through your yard,
you're a seed knocker. You're just a seed knocker if this is what you do all day. Worry about who's walking in your yard.
Why does it matter if someone's walking through your yard? Right? If it's like, okay, so my kids,
kids are
walking through and looking in my windows.
Well, so I had to have this discussion with my daughters a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Where I live, all the backyards, no fences.
Wide open.
Yeah. For some reason, Henrietta does not believe in fences.
Yeah.
Right? So all of the kids normally were just running through all the backyards, no big deal. Well, some guy a couple of years ago, came out and yelled at my kids for walking through his yard.
Yeah.
And
there's always that one.
The guy's a dick.
Yeah.
But I can't tell my girls the guy's a dick. So I had to be like, yes, this is something you can't do. And it was like a little piece of their childhood died there.
It kind of did.
Sucked.
I mean, we all did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was hopping fences.
Yeah.
Not quickly.
Well, not that. You're a Portland boy.
Yeah. Tore a lot of bottoms of T-shirts.
They had that big sign, no Portland boys. Stay out.
Rammer's on his way to go get it right now. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
If you ask your friends or family to do this, you are a dick.
All right.
And we don't need this study to show us because this is the least surprising study in America. In fact, the only surprising thing about it is there aren't more people that are willing to admit they do not want to do this.
Oh.
Because there are people you can hire to do this. There is no other business that you can go pay to do, have someone else do, where you look at your friends and be like, hey, you do this labor for free?
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. This morning, we present you the least surprising study in history.
What happened?
No one wants to do this. You actively come up with excuses not to do this.
I think we're in that time of the year, too.
Oh, we are. And by the way, you only come up with excuses if you don't have the balls to look at your friends and family in the face and say, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
And the only reason people may act like this is surprising is because they don't want to spend a dime on this back-breaking labor.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right, buddy. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7. Also, a legitimate chance for everyone listening to become a movie star.
Damn.
And you don't have to go to Hollywood. You don't have to go to New York City. You have to take a quick little car ride.
But do you have to have a look?
Yes, you do.
Because if it's what I think it is, they have a look they go for.
The good news is,
Yeah.
if they are trying to do what we think they're trying to do,
Yeah.
most people listening have this look.
Oh, fantastic.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A new study reveals
What'd they say?
1 in 3 Americans secretly hate being asked to help with moving.
That means there's one that loves it.
They secretly hate being asked.
Thank
I mean,
you.
Is anybody
Yeah.
like that secretive about it?
Nobody likes it.
Okay, but the study done by Realtor.com shows, on top of that, 40% of Americans say they do not want to do it, which means 60% of Americans, to your point, Kimmy, have
Yeah.
no problem helping their friends or family move.
Which is a lie.
I mean,
Okay.
okay, here's maybe you don't have a problem helping them move, but you expect the help in return when you need it, right?
Okay, but that
Like,
doesn't...
sure, I'll help you move, but now you owe me one.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I'm excited to help
No.
you
Right.
move,
No.
right? Like, you're telling me 2/3 of Americans don't mind...
No, yeah, sure.
Okay. If you ask your friends or family to help you move, you are a dick.
Oh, yeah.
Fair?
Yes.
Kimmy,
If you ask your friend,
if you ask your friends or family to help you move, you are a dick.
Oh, come on.
Did you have your friends or family help you move?
well, no, I'm just thinking. Like I said, so my husband gets asked all the time because he has a truck.
Yeah.
To like
And he's
help
a
move
big
certain
man.
things. But I
Big,
will
sexy
say,
man.
Oh, yeah.
in return, those guys have jumped in to help us move. So it's kind of an exchange.
Okay.
But all you're going to get out of it is pizza and beer. That's the payment for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The standard payment.
Absolutely.
But by the way, you have to eat it there. It's just basic. I'll feed you while you work. It's not like, hey, I'll take you out for pizza.
Can we talk about how, as Americans, we've decided that pizza and beer is the appropriate payment?
It's
for
been like
senior
that
living?
since day one.
But, like, not only is it not enough,
Right.
like, you know, hey, listen, I got this stuff that I can't lift by myself. Why don't we drink some alcohol and then cover our
Yeah.
hands in the greasiest food possible and then get back to moving this really heavy stuff around?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty good plan to everybody, right? It is totally socially acceptable if someone asks you, can you help me move, to say no.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy?
Or just say you're busy.
No. I don't
Or
care.
straight up, I ain't.
I am
you
saying-
would
I ain't
straight up
busy.
say no. I would find like if I didn't want to do it, I would come up with some excuse, but I wouldn't just say straight up no.
No, I'm saying no. I'm not
Really?
doing it. I look, it just happened. My brother moved into a new house.
Right.
Man,
and
you
you-
didn't even help your brother.
No. Look,
And Mr. I'm in shave, get ready so you don't have to be ready. And yet you don't do anything.
No, it's hashtag get ready so you don't have to be
Well,
ready.
yeah, but you didn't even help. You were ready.
No, be ready so you don't have to get ready. You got me screwed up on my own hashtag. Oh, really? Are you out there helping people move, Mr.
I ain't
Trexler?
ready, and I'm never going to be
What are you
ready.
talking about? You look like you got freedom of movement in that outfit. No, listen, I hired movers,
Yeah.
so I would never have to go to
Well,
somebody.
you hire movers when you could afford roofers.
No.
When you were busted, you were
Even
hiring movers.
When I was busted, I did it myself.
Well, no kidding, man. You owned everything went in 2 trash bags.
Okay.
And it left at the curb.
I've never had anyone help me move in my
Wow.
life.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not helping somebody else. It's a stupid plan. One, it's dangerous. People can get really hurt if they do things the wrong
Yes.
way. And of course you're going to do it the wrong way because no one there is a professional.
But I get it when you're young.
Oh, okay, fine.
But I pulled a dick move on a buddy of mine. So I had to move. I was getting divorced, and I was renting out an apartment for my brother. So I called I'm at work. I told my buddy, hey, man, can you help me move? And I had some stuff. So I didn't tell him it was second floor apartment.
What a dick.
Because I knew nobody would help me. So I went, and then he was pissed.
Yeah.
But I needed help.
I'm leaving. If I get there and it's second floor,
You going to leave me with all my stuff right here?
yeah, not my stuff.
Oh, look at you. You wouldn't.
No, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Try me. Go get a second floor apartment. Ask me to help you move. Don't tell me. I ain't moving.
You're telling me Fat Pat wouldn't bound up them stairs for free pizza and beer?
No, because there's stairs involved. No.
What if I laid it? Like a little bit on each stairwell.
Just a trail of
Yes.
pizza. Yeah. Look, I also don't want to be on the hook for any damage that may happen.
I do get pissed off when you're helping people move. And hey, be careful with that. That's expensive. Be careful. Don't scratch that. Hey, man, this isn't a job, and I'm not a professional.
Thank you, because there are going to be mistakes.
And you know some people you have to help that you will not get help in return. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I can think of two of my family.
Right. And you have to help them, but it ain't coming back.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, man. Like,
It's the worst.
We don't have to do this dance. We don't have to keep track of one or the other. I'm not going to help you move. You don't have to help me move. We are square.
But what if you got busted buddy?
Okay.
But he's got stuff. And he's he's an older guy. Let's say the guy.
Why, are you getting divorced? What are you trying to say?
No, but like usually that divorce
I know
hits
this
you.
guy. He was trying to move a couch.
But like that divorce hits you between 35 and 45.
Okay.
That's a big divorce bullseye.
Sure.
So let's say your buddy, he's tapped, but he's got stuff.
Yeah.
And he can't afford.
Uh-huh.
You got to help him.
I would
No,
say,
you
yeah,
don't.
the worse the worse the situation your buddy's in, the more you have to help him.
Yes.
Right? I mean, like the more desperate that guy is, how can you say no?
If he's already tapped out and, you got to help him put his race car bed together and stuff like that.
I don't have anything to take the nuts off the tires. Tires. No, look, there is not a lot I won't do for a buddy. I'll
Yeah.
do almost anything for a buddy.
You won't even help your brother.
Moving, I will not do.
There.
I will not
Have
do.
you
it.
ever helped a buddy move?
So Ryan and I, my brother and I, when we were kids, he
Yeah.
moved into my apartment.
Okay.
We moved our stuff in together.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the only time.
What is your adversity? You hate it, I understand, but you won't do it.
Again, everything I just brought up. I don't want to hurt myself, right?
But you're in shape.
Okay, but
Like you
I
work
can't
out,
believe-
you run, you
Yeah.
do kettlebell.
Yes.
Like you work out on your vacation.
damn right I do. No, it doesn't mean I can't still get hurt because, bro,
I'm just surprised, like throughout your 20s, and your buddies living in apartments
All
and
of
moving
them
all
were
the time.
busted.
Like I
Every one
cannot
of them.
believe you've never helped a buddy move.
well, I mean, don't forget, like I was on the road doing comedy when a
True.
lot of my buddies
Kinda
were moving.
skipped out.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity not to have to go,
All right.
which was great. Thank you, Chuckle Hut in Peoria, Illinois. 252 WCMF. In the least surprising study in the world, 1 in 3 Americans secretly hate to help their friends move. And if you ask your friends to move you for free, and pizza and beer still is free, you're a dick. And it is completely socially acceptable for you to look someone in the face when they ask you to help them move and say no. You don't have to come up with an
All
excuse.
right.
You can say no.
I ain't doing it.
Holdy writes us on Instagram.
Holdy?
Holdy, Holdy.
All right.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. How about the friend that makes bank and you save them money by helping them move, and then they don't even give you beer or pizza because they don't drink and are gluten-free?
Oh, man.
Hashtag never again.
Why would you be friends with that person?
It's a great question. That's on
It would
Holdy.
piss me off if you knew that they had the money to spend on movers and they
Yes.
didn't. They still chose not to.
But those people exist.
Yeah.
Those people
Yeah,
exist.
if you got bank, if you're rich, if you're doing, you're well off. You're not obligated
Because
at
you
all.
know they got some heavy furniture, too.
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing, too. Like, if you're talking, like, monetary, middle-class people are the only ones that have reasonably weighted furniture. If you have a lot of money, your furniture's heavy.
Yeah, you went to Ethan Allen.
Quality,
Yep.
Pat.
And if you don't have a lot of money, it's like that old school super ass heavy furniture.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a bed. It's the
it's hand-me-down.
furniture you had in like your childhood bedroom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or it's your grandparents.
The only
Headboard.
the only people that have reasonably weighted furniture make between $60,000 and $90,000 a year.
But I'm thinking of all the guys that help girls move, thinking they were going to get laid.
Okay, I take it back. I did help one girl move.
Oh, look at you.
But I know girls that play guys, help them move, nothing.
And like the bed's right there.
Yeah, I help you set it up. I built this nest.
You know what's funny?
But
There is no other profession we expect our friends or family to come over and do for us in exchange for nothing.
yeah,
Like if your car is acting funny,
yeah.
you're not going to text all of your friends to see who knows how to fix a transmission. If you have plumbing problems, it would be a massive dick move to offer pizza in exchange
Yes.
for someone fixing it, right?
Yeah.
If there are moving companies that can be called, which there are, right? Figure it out and
Yeah.
do it without me. Why are you laughing?
Just thinking of all the times my dad never paid his buddies for doing stuff like that.
Like what, plumbing and transmission
Plumbing,
work?
electric work.
Never
like,
paid him?
I don't think so.
Like you didn't tighten him up with something? Bottle of booze?
I don't think so.
Ooh, bad. That's King Chintz.
I mean, but what could
He
you?
also borrowed stuff from those guys without ever giving it back.
And he's got a ton of friends. That's the best part.
It
Well,
is.
he's-
I don't know why they keep coming back to fix stuff for him.
It's that mustache, man. You got a mustache like that,
is. It is dreamy.
you're a walking party.
And it's commanding.
So here's where it gets really interesting.
What's that?
All right. 33% of Americans said they would help a friend or a family member move for money.
Yeah, well, what's the...
Now,
what's
we don't know what the
Right.
okay, but they say if you pay me, I will help you move a friend or a family member.
that would also be weird, taking money from a friend.
Well, maybe you need it.
If you needed it, yeah, but if you're just...
You wouldn't know what price to put on it
Right.
either.
What is a professional mover charge?
So if you're gonna, but that's the thing. Like if you're
$50 an
gonna,
hour?
if you're gonna pay that friend the cost of a professional mover, why not just get a professional mover?
That would be my argument.
Yeah. I would say $50 an hour.
$50. Well, okay, can we Google what a professional moving company costs? Thank you.
Well, what they pay their guys,
Yeah, I get you.
right?
Do they get $50 an hour to move?
Well, what does it cost? Plus, those guys had to be insured. What if you throw your back out?
Okay, what an old. Those were the most three old man statements in a row.
You can't do business in this state of proper insurance and accreditation.
I love how you tell me I'm in shape, I'm worried about getting hurt. Then you go professional movers. What if they throw their back out? Yeah, everybody can get hurt doing this stuff. It's a 1,000-pound dresser.
I don't think $50 an hour is out of the question.
For a mover?
For
Why
me,
wouldn't-
for me to move,
Okay.
for a guy to help you move.
Would
a
you
buddy.
be a dick telling your friend to their face, I'll help you move, but I need $30 an hour?
Why would you go 30? 30's low.
50 seems too high.
No, 50 seems about right.
Okay.
But I'm not looking for food or anything.
Well, yeah, you're making $30 an
I'll
hour.
even bring my own water.
BYO dubs. All right, so let's say I charge half of what a professional
All right.
mover would, right? That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
We go at your pace, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's going to cost you as much as it wants you to as much as you want it to cost you. Because that's the other thing too. If you go help somebody move, right, and they just take their sweet ass time,
Yeah.
I got other things to do today.
But they're helping you move.
No, I'm helping them move.
Oh, okay.
And like they take I'm going to go over here. They're taking their time, going up and down the stairs.
Nothing will piss you off more than when you get there and they're still doing stuff. Or the boxes aren't packed yet, or they haven't like taped them up, and like
yeah,
all of a
you
sudden,
better be ready to go.
Thank
now
Yeah.
you got to like help them get ready because now you're just standing around.
Yeah.
So I got to help you just to move this along.
Yeah.
It sucks.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The statements of the morning. 1, you are a dick if you ask a friend or family member to help you move. 2, it is completely socially acceptable to look a friend or a family member in the face if they ask you to help you move and say no.
Yeah.
Tom's on CMF. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good, Tom. What do you got?
Other than being a dick,
Wait, what did I do?
what kind of friend could you be if you won't help a buddy, even if it disrupts your life for a couple hours?
All right. I will help.
He's a no good.
He's a dick.
He's
I
the
will
worst
help-
of the worst.
I will help. Oh, he hung
upset
up.
Tom.
Oh, my God. He moved from the conversation. And you know what?
What?
I might have helped him on that. So they get into the study, too.
Yeah.
When it comes to who is the best moving help,
Yeah.
the study showed by far people that used friends to help move had the best experiences.
Yeah.
Then came significant others. Then came people who used their families. In this ranking, families were the worst people to help move you.
So it went
Friends were first,
friend.
then significant other,
That's just your wife
or girlfriend or boyfriend.
She ain't gonna be no help.
Okay, if it's a girlfriend, then it would also be a boyfriend,
Okay.
Right.
All right.
and then family. And that makes perfect sense. The closer someone is to you, the more you are allowed to say to their face, "This sucks. Don't do this."
Okay.
Like
you can be blunt.
Yes, like if I'm helping my brother move, I could look my brother in the face and be like, "Don't be stupid. We're not doing it this way." Whereas if I'm helping my buddy Jimmy move, I can't be straightforward.
Yeah, you gotta have a softer touch.
Yeah.
All right, you don't want to be asked to help somebody move, but would you be offended if, let's say, it came to your family and they asked everybody but you to help them move?
Like my pride would be hurt.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're also off the hook.
Yeah, but
No,
that's
you're
just
off
it.
the hook, but I'm saying, but like they didn't think like you'd be capable of helping them move.
That's a really good mind F because I don't know how I would feel about that. It would be
like
conflicting
if
feelings.
you and your brother standing there and they go, "Hey Ryan, can you help me move next weekend?" and they didn't even look at you.
Yeah, there would be conflicting feelings, but I don't have to do it. I think that would win out.
All right.
All right.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, look, maybe
Yeah.
you can't afford a mover now.
Well,
What if I
there you go.
told you? You know who can't afford movers? Movie stars.
Ooh.
Yeah. But who's going to be a movie star?
Yeah,
Listen,
where do you get your start?
okay, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Because there is a legitimate chance for someone listening to this show
Yeah.
to star in a major picture. One that's been talked about nationally for the last couple of months.
So it's happening right now. I guess they're coming up.
It's going to be happening soon.
Yeah.
Right? So there's options to go audition here. And here's the thing. You don't have to fly out to Hollywood or go to New York or whatever.
Where I gotta go?
Bollywood.
Bollywood.
Just to drive down the road.
Oh.
And it's legit. It's legit.
Okay.
Don't give me that look.
What?
What do you mean what?
You know I've done this.
Yes, I know, and that's why you're here now. We'll get to that at a Bitch Boys Theater coming at you next here in the break room. I'll see you, man. We've been talking a lot the last couple days about having a dream.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Hate Mail of the Week was all about Tommy killing the dreams of people who want to be pro pickleball players. But today, there is an opportunity for people who want to live the Hollywood glitz and glamour lifestyle.
Yeah, buddy.
Like legit.
Yeah.
And if you think if you think you have what it takes, take two, to perform in front of the camera, there will never be a better opportunity to try it.
Hollywood.
No, Western New York.
What?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah.
But it is Thursday. If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or say they look like one of the Blue Angels' assistants. Wow, you going pretty high in that plate, man.
What's wrong with my mouth?
You're pretty cool. You got hit by a propeller.
But they fly
It's
jets.
an old.
Oh, the old Blue Angels.
Yeah.
Really slow angels.
That's what a flunky you are. You're the assistant to the guy that flies the prop Blue Angels plane. You got to really hurt someone.
Bad Duffy, I'm going to go work out, but I'm not going to help you at all. But I'm going to tell you how many miles I ran today or how my kettlebell's doing, but I'm not going to help you move because I'm a non-moving little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, 5K or not.
Okay.
We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like Zelensky's stupid brother on television. He's got his own radio show because my brother's president of the Ukraine. Because I look like busted Zelensky brother bitch.
Now, I was president of an organization here in Rochester for about...
Oh, I'm Pat Kimmy. I'm so jealous of Tommy's prowess because he brings it every night, but I don't think so. Even though I'm bringing it, little bitch. All goes many ways.
I want to rub about me a tough guy, but I got an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm scared as dumbass bitch.
Today, baby.
Oh, what are we doing?
You don't know. I told you, but you don't like it.
You're afraid to say it out loud?
No, I said I was going to do scallops on the Blackstone. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to watch the Weather Channel because somebody's going to get hurt, so I'm a non-weather watching little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Okay, so we already know
the
Bills will be the center of a Hallmark Christmas movie this year.
Yep.
We also know that movie is going to be filmed in upstate New York.
Very cool.
And it sounds like the folks that are making this movie need to cast characters that really say Western New York. So this week, the production announced they are looking for people to be in front of the camera. Now, they say they need plenty of extras.
Yeah, a lot of background folk.
That's easy. But they're also casting actual parts.
Like with lines?
Yes.
So you'll have a speaking role potentially.
Yeah, and they say you don't need to be a professional actor if you are interested. So they are casting. You ready for this?
Yeah.
They're casting a character named Dale. He's a 30 to 40-year-old man who goes on a bad date with the lead and does not understand their Bills' passion. They're casting Joy. She's a 50-year-old woman who works in marketing for the Bills. They're casting Mike. He's a 30 to 50-year-old guy who worked on the construction of the new stadium. And they are casting Ava, an 8-year-old girl who is a patient where the main character works.
Oh.
There is a link you can Google where you can get more information on how to audition.
Oh.
They film in early May to early June, so I think May 12th is when they kick off.
Yeah.
And if you are cast, you will make around $1,200 a day.
Damn. On scale, I guess.
Yeah. Shut up trying to sound Hollywood.
Hey, buddy mine went out there. I know Hollywood.
No, you don't. Buddy Ears went out there don't know Hollywood. That's why he's back. Oh, hey, look, this is a great opportunity.
Those are big parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I got what? You're going to be working with the lead?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Would you worry though that they thought you looked you were their idea of Western New York? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
You would be offended that you look like where you're from?
No, but I here's the thing. I think other people have a perception of what people in that area look like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And it's probably not the most glamorous person.
Yeah, because we all do that with any region we talk about. We picture somebody in our head,
and
it's usually not favorable.
Yeah,
they may look at you and be like, you're a regular looking person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm guessing if you're going to try out for a role like that, you don't think you're a regular looking person.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that.
But it is Hallmark. Everybody's good looking in Hallmark.
Yeah. But if they're looking for the real thing,
All right.
I guess I don't know.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that this would be insulting if I got
Well, they
It
want
could
that
be.
accent. They want that, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't eat that. You're going to get fat. Got any more pap?
So all of these people we brought up,
Yeah.
right? Like the characters they're looking for. Tommy, we all know people like that in our
Oh,
lives.
yeah, sure.
And what a fun experience it would be
Oh, my God, yeah.
if
Hey,
you
you're
manage.
pale and like chicken wings.
The only thing is you got to have a lot of time.
Okay. You wouldn't take time off of work to do this?
Now?
Yeah.
No.
Well, yeah. God forbid you don't show up to work a couple of days. It's really going to cost you that promotion you've been gunning for. No, in all seriousness.
Yeah.
You can make $1,200 a day.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
once
that's if
in
you
a,
hit.
it's a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
Let's say you audition and you get one of these parts.
Oh, if you get, yes, if you hit, then yes.
Yeah. So I mean, what boss in this area wouldn't be like, yeah, take 4 or 5 days off and go be in a Hallmark
But
movie?
you got to go audition,
Yeah.
and there's the lines of people that are going to show up for this
Yeah.
thing are going to be insane.
Okay, but one person's going to get it. Why can't it be you?
You have to have like a headshot and everything?
That I don't know. I'm sure it'll tell you at the link.
Because that means you're going to have to like go in front of people and
Read.
read and audition, or even before read, just to
Yeah.
look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, do you think this is too daunting for you?
It's a lot,
Okay.
especially because you're getting speaking parts.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. All right. If all of a sudden out of nowhere, and the phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. If you were cast in a Hollywood movie,
Yeah.
or like a big time TV show or streaming show that had a bunch of talented like real actors around
Yeah.
you, that would be intimidating.
Oh yeah.
This is a Hallmark movie. It's a joke.
Well, who's the? But are there known actors?
So I don't.
They use. I mean, they
sure-
use some known people.
They don't use known people. They use people that were on like a sitcom
Yeah.
30
Well,
years
yes.
ago.
I mean, they're B level.
You may-
Wow,
like,
the
you
dad
may-
from Frasier.
Yeah.
Hold on,
It's people that you recognize, but you don't know their name.
but are they going to be players, like the actual players,
Uh,
and people like that?
So it looks like Damar Hamlin's going to be in it because he's been doing promo for the
Yeah.
Hallmark Channel.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Bet you'll have one or two guys in there
Yeah.
mixed in.
But you don't think they'd have like other like famous old players?
Maybe. I don't know. Possibly.
But
All right.
you could do that, but I don't know if anybody but people in Buffalo would even get the cameo.
yeah.
You
You'd
know
have to
what I
like
mean?
explain. Oh my
Yeah.
God, Hall of Famer in 1991 MVP Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, like
Hi
maybe,
guys.
All right.
maybe Jim Kelly, but that's about. the
Well, but I
extent
don't know
of
if Jim Kelly's in the kind of shape to act.
That's what I
right
mean.
now.
I can't really. I don't know.
Maybe,
who else
maybe
it would be.
Josh would be in it for a
They
brief
can't
second?
afford Josh, bro.
Even for a minute.
No, they can't, bro. They can't afford. They didn't have Travis Kelsey and they didn't have Patrick
No.
Mahomes in a movie with the Chiefs last
yeah,
year
how did-
Their
yeah.
about
mom-
Travis Kelsey.
his
But
mom
did they have
was in it.
Did they have players in it?
Yeah, but it was players you've never heard of.
Oh, okay.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This Hallmark movie about the Buffalo Bills, the Christmas movie that they are filming. I don't know how
Yeah.
they do it. Filming in Buffalo. They are looking to cast legitimate parts, and it sounds like they want to use actual people from Western New York, like speaking roles where you are opposite the leads, like you will be in this movie legitimately. Like I was saying, if you get cast in a like star movie, yeah, that's going to be intimidating. Hallmark movies are bad on purpose. The acting is terrible.
Yep.
The writing is awful.
It's corny.
This is the best
Yeah.
situation to try this out as someone who's
Yeah.
never done it before. It's like, and it's literally right in our backyards.
But the other problem is you're also going to get people that tried to be actors showing up to this thing too.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All those community theater people are going to flood this thing.
Why are you
But
saying
it
it
makes
like
sense.
that?
Because that's what they are.
That's what they enjoy doing.
Yes.
Community theater people.
No, but if they like acting and
Yeah.
have been doing it,
But they're going to be full of themselves. They're going to think they know what they're going to look down on your ass.
okay.
I don't care.
Who
But
cares?
but you're going to have to compete with all. That.
Okay. Why are you just wanted to take a shot at people who do community theater?
Doesn't everybody?
I don't get why you hate community
I don't
theater.
hate it.
You do.
But I do like making fun of it.
But you don't have to go. Those are people with a hobby.
I know.
It makes them happy.
Hey, you know what? Go be happy.
And every opportunity you have, you just take a giant dump on them on the radio. Every opportunity. You know, the other funny thing here,
What's that?
we're getting a glimpse into what this movie is about based on the characters they're looking for.
So it's obviously a love story.
Well, but you got a nurse and a kid in the hospital, yes. You got
So
a
you got
guy,
a sick kid.
sick kid, guy who doesn't understand Bill's fandom, guy who helps build the new stadium, marketing person for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on those characters, I'm about to give you the synopsis of this movie.
All right,
Are you
go
ready?
ahead.
All right. There's going to be some sick kid who needs the Bills to win to restore their hope.
All right.
And there's going to be something about the new stadium that's like magical and special, right?
There's gonna be some like witchcraft involved.
Yeah, well, like, Christmas magic.
All
Okay.
right.
All
Right?
right. All right.
The
got
A
it.
big-
holiday miracle.
The big marketing person who they're trying to cast, they work for the team. They don't get it. They're in the hustle and bustle life. They work in corporate America.
Yeah.
But the construction worker, the nurse, they see things that other folks involved can't
Okay.
see. And it all ends in some magical sequence where the Bills win, the kid is okay, and everyone realizes in this crazy world,
Yeah, what's that?
there are some magical things that you just can't explain.
All right. Okay. That sounds like a pretty boring TV show.
This movie is going to suck so
Yeah.
Oh,
hard.
yeah. They all
But we
do.
knew that.
So hard.
Yeah.
But that's even more of a reason to go audition.
Oh, yeah.
Go be in a really sucky movie. Seriously. I mean, like,
I mean, you know this better than anybody. If you do this and you get a role, there is also the chance that it doesn't show up in the movie.
This is
so
true.
Prepare yourself for that.
yes, my major film debut, my speaking role was cut out of the Hallmark
Yes.
film.
You may get cut after it's all said and done.
But we
and you
also
won't
know-
know until you watch
Yeah,
it.
I was all excited and it was going.
We know people that go down to New York City and they get 6 seconds on there,
Yeah.
and they spend days down there, man.
Yeah. But
It's
I
like
mean,
6 seconds.
They got on there.
Yeah, you may. Yeah.
no, like I had one experience doing this. Remember, everybody went out for this movie.
Yeah.
The
It was the
alphabet-
one they shot here. Yeah.
Yeah. Though, and it was with Carrie Ellis, the guy from The Princess Bride, and
All right.
Robin Hood Men in Tights, and Eliza Dushku. What was she in, Kimmy?
She was
Buffy?
in Bring It On, right?
Okay.
And I think she was on one of those shows where she was like, killing people and vampires and stuff.
So I got cast in a scene with both of them. We're at the Railway Diner, the old Railway Diner in East Rochester, and I'm over the moon. I was on the road. I came home and drove
Yeah.
overnight to be in this. And we got stuck overnight for 13 hours
Shooting this thing.
for a scene. It was longer than 13 hours for
Yeah.
a scene that lasted 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was the most miserable experience of my life.
Yeah, it's not glamorous.
So they go, we'll feed you.
Yeah.
I go, great. It was like some stew. It was literally like
Yeah.
you're in a Russian. Now you act with Kenny and you eat stew. But it was a little intimidating to be in a room with people I recognize that were actors.
Yeah, that's true.
So they haven't even
They had that
filmed
going
this
for it.
thing yet?
What's that?
They haven't even filmed this thing yet?
Filming starts May 12th, goes to June 12th.
And they're filming in Buffalo.
Yes.
In the summer when it doesn't look like winter here.
They're going to have really
Yeah, but they
bad-
make it,
I guess.
I love how
It's gonna be
Tommy's going to
weird.
explain.
It's going to be weird when there's leaves on the trees, is all I'm saying.
That's a good point. Maybe they go back in. They fix it in post is what I
okay.
hear.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys been?
Good.
man.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm still alive. I actually
Didn't
just
ask.
switched jobs. That's why I haven't been calling. But anyways, I don't
Hey,
care.
Ben,
Man, wow.
Ben, with all due respect, nobody asked a question,
Yeah.
Ben. Nobody asked a question.
No. So anyways, that role at Dale, I think it was, sounds like it was written for me.
Okay, so let's go back.
I-
Hold on, let me just, for everyone catching up. Dale is a 30 to 40-year-old man who goes on a bad date with the lead and doesn't understand their Bill's passion.
Yeah, because I don't get why you guys like the Bills at all.
You should go audition, Ben.
Yeah, I know. It
You've
sounded
been
like
on
it was
plenty of bad
perfect.
dates.
I won't deny that.
No, how great would that sound if he gets to the movie? I like the Bell. It's a Hallmark movie. Hollywood. Ben, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call.
All right, have a great day.
There goes soon-to-be movie star Ben.
Would you talk a buddy out of doing it if
Talk him out?
if you knew he was wasting his time?
No.
How do you know if someone's wasting their time auditioning for a Hallmark movie?
True.
I'm serious.
That is true.
Like,
they,
you don't
they
know-
have the look.
And you don't know what they're looking for. And there are some weird character actors that got their start in this
sure.
way.
And let him go. I mean, yeah, I would let him go fall on his face.
No,
Or, yeah, you could hit De Niro.
no, but here's the thing,
Yeah.
right? Like, even falling on your face. Let's say they have 1,000 people audition for one role.
Yeah.
999 are going to fall on their face.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely.
What's wrong with being one of them?
Yeah. And go for it, man. Life's short.
Why do you hate dreams?
I don't.
Is it what? What?
No, hey, go do your dream.
Like you wouldn't take a role if it was offered to you?
Oh, sure I would.
Let's run a hypothetical. Let's
All right.
say some of the producers of this movie, they're in town
Yeah.
and they're scouting locations.
All right.
And they see you walking down the canal in Pittsburgh,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a role of a Frenchman whose face got caught in some kind of machinery.
Le Machine?
Oh, my face in the machine.
You would be an excellent background character if any of
I've
these
been.
scenes took place in a deli.
All right. I told you I got to be a Republican on stage in Florida because I was smoking a cigar and I was wearing a polo shirt.
You've done this twice, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So, like,
you
you-
have more experience than anybody.
Well, I had a buddy whose mom did this stuff in Florida. So for like,
you had a connection.
so it was $50 a day and a box lunch. And you just hung out all day. And sometimes they didn't sometimes they just had you walking up and down like the beach or sitting at a bus stop, and you would just sit there. You didn't even know if you were on camera. They just put you over there and said, "Sit. Here's your $50. Have lunch. Go home." Who ain't doing that?
Yeah, I mean, and that's that. There's going to be opportunities for that with the extras in this too. I mean, why would you not put on all your Bill stuff? Drive 45 minutes to an hour down the road and go have a blast being in a movie.
I was an out-of-work comedian, so I'm going to do it.
I mean, Kimmy, if they offered you a legitimate role in this movie, would you take it?
Yeah, why not?
What do you think? I mean, like, what role, Tommy, could they be casting? Because, we talked about the roles that are available for women. Like, does Kimmy sound like Joy, the 50-year-old female who works in marketing for the team? It's a little too old.
Yeah.
Right?
Might not be.
So she's too young
I
for that.
could be like a background nurse at the hospital.
No, you couldn't do that.
No?
What are you thinking?
Are they going to talk about that guy that fell out of the stadium and landed on somebody?
Could you have picked a worse
Yeah,
day
I know,
to make
jeez.
that joke, for God's sake?
Timing.
For God's sake.
Oh,
Oh, no.
what's he gonna-
right.
Like, I don't even know the guy.
Okay. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Well, Moose down the hall.
But he's a legitimate actor.
Okay.
Okay, you bring up-
He's in the Screen Actors Guild.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Is he in the set?
Yes.
Okay. Legitimate.
He also was he was in an international movie where he falls out of a stadium.
I also want to point out that these characters have ages. You may be offended by the age you're cast as.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you had asked a second ago, would you talk a friend out of trying to do it? I would encourage all of my friends to do it because I want to watch my buddies in a movie.
Yeah.
If you find out someone you know.
Just for a split second.
Yeah, you're going to watch this whole thing just to see their faces.
You will.
Right? Why would you discourage someone?
I'm not.
No, you are. You have done nothing but discourage, even though, again, you've done this.
I would like them to do it and fail.
Double flat hands. Wait.
Not fail, but funny fail.
No, but that's what's funny about this, too, is even if you succeed, you failed because you're in a Hallmark movie.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So.
There's not much of a bounce you're going to get out of this.
You never know.
Bro,
careers have started stranger.
Look,
Morgan Freeman didn't start working as an actor till in his, 50s?
Yeah, but that guy is...
people just spotted on the street sometimes.
But he has a commanding presence.
But he didn't have that commanding presence till he was in his 50s, apparently, because he wasn't getting roles.
Right.
Wasn't he on the Electric Company?
Yes, he was.
1, 2, 3, 4. Not Sesame Street.
No, yeah, he was in a kid's show. You're right.
No, I was doing Sesame Street, but he was in the Electric Company, which, by the way, also what they used to call the Bills' offensive line. Serendipity, my friend.
Come on, buddy.
Serendipity. How'd you like to save some money?
I'd love to.
Well, this is going to apply to you because you don't have kids going to prom or ball, and that's starting. It's first day of May.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We are right in the thick of it now.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, when it came to the most expensive stuff, this was really high on the list, what you were paying for your kids.
I would think, yeah.
And this is going to give you an opportunity to get this faux free.
What's it look? Is it chintzy?
Well, it's not going to be the glamour of what.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. It's
flimsy ass.
It's not the glamour of the traditional ride to and from prom. I don't know why you're laughing.
How busted is this ride?
I don't know if it's busted because you do this.
I do?
Yeah. What happened? I do it. It can't be busted because I'm super classy. I played a guy smoking a cigar, got a box lunch once. What's weird about this is that there are parents that would trust these people with their kids. And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on CMF. I know it's hard to believe,
What's that?
but we are on the cusp of prom and ball season.
Oh, boy.
And sending your kid off to prom, ball, whatever, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Folks right now, especially right now, looking to save money anywhere they can. One company is taking advantage of that.
This is great.
You'll save a fortune getting your kids back and forth to these events.
Oh.
That is, if you are comfortable with your kids being in the back of one of these by themselves.
So it's not the standard limo, I guess, anymore.
It is not the standard limo. It's companies trying to take advantage.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock. Why are you doing this stupid laugh?
I can't wait to hear what busted-ass things pulling up to the house.
96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:45, there may be folks taking today off.
Today?
Well, it's the first day of this season, buddy.
What season's that?
You know, it's weird. When deer season comes along, Kimmy, there are lots of people who will take the day off just to go hunting.
Oh, yeah.
But there are other seasons that start throughout the year, and it doesn't seem like they get anywhere close to the attention that deer does.
Hunting style.
Yeah, well, it's outdoorsy style.
Oh, okay.
We'll tell you what it is just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So when you talk about the cost of prom, the dresses are always a fortune. Kimmy, dinner can cost a lot.
Some proms actually have dinner included, which would raise the cost of the prom ticket.
There you go.
So, yeah.
But when you're talking about the most expensive stuff, transportation is always up there.
Sure.
The limo has always been the traditional way for your kids to get back and forth to prom or ball.
The standard.
But one company this year is offering a cheaper alternative.
Wow.
Uber
Yeah.
is offering free rides to teenagers.
Oh, free.
On prom night in the state of New York this year.
But, like, it would just be for the couple, not like your whole crew.
Oh, well, okay.
Because that's kind of how the limo
All right,
goes.
well, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay.
If you would let me explain
All right.
it. If you would let me explain. The company is giving one ride to and from prom up to $20 each way to every kid. It's available for kids ages 13 to 17. You can book the ride 90 days in advance, and if your kid wants to ride with their crew, this also applies to Uber XL, which can hold up to 6
Like
people.
an SUV. But it doesn't have the same pop for a kid, right?
No,
You don't feel that special.
Well, okay, so I remember like junior prom, the limo was a big thing.
The stretch.
Because it's like you want the whole.
Wait, your mom was there?
Talking about children?
She was all
A young
stretched
man?
out. Yeah, her
With
prom.
from underage boys?
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
You didn't
say that. Is that what I
You
said?
said underage boys.
No, I didn't say underage boys.
Stretch my
You
mom
said
out.
underage boys. What is
At
wrong with you?
prom.
There was a Baywatch episode we watched the other day that had this as a storyline. Everyone was fine with it. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
I think your junior prom, like your first prom, you want to do all the traditional things. I would think this may be something for like senior prom or like, because I remember kids
Burnt
not
out
wanting
prom.
to. What?
I'm tired of this old prom.
Well, I think kids, they didn't want to stay the whole time when you're like a senior. So it was like they would either drive themselves or have somebody, drop them off.
Okay, but what's interesting about this, Kimmy, is it says you have to have an Uber Teen account. Did you guys know about Uber Teen?
I saw them advertise it, but I didn't really know
say
what
teen?
that actually included.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uber for teenagers. So the way it works, and I got the base level here, and if anyone knows more or has their kids use this, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As a parent, you add your kids onto your account. When your kid gets in the car by themselves, it gives you real-time location sharing and what they call ride check monitoring, but that's all we know.
Okay.
Are there parents that are comfortable putting their kid in the back of an Uber?
I
So I think
mean,
this is-
if you grew up in a big city
Yeah.
where your kids taking cabs and stuff, what would be the difference?
Do kids take cabs?
In the cities?
yeah.
Subway?
Teenage kids?
Okay, you guys, are you basing this like Gossip Girl?
No, because I know people who.
Gossip Girl,
So I know people who have nannied kids in the city, and they were shocked when they found out these kids just kind of get themselves around.
Yeah, but those kids also have nannies. Those are rich
No,
kids.
I'm saying true, but I'm saying they'll just get into the cab or the subway on
Subways,
their own.
yeah.
Yeah.
But even with a cab, right?
I would think that's why I was thinking a big city
But even
where
with-
you use it a lot.
But even with a cab, for those who don't know, to operate a cab, you need a token. Those things
Yes.
cost an unbelievable amount
yeah.
of money, right? So there is a legitimate liability here. In this case, and with all due respect to you Uber drivers out there, you're trusting somebody who drives for Uber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I can see where you are in the Uber. I can't in a cab. You get in, and I don't know if you made it there.
I don't know. This whole thing's a strange idea. I mean, it's great for parents wanting to save money, and it could save you a fortune.
I'm just thinking getting your kid around to the things they have to get to.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, because it says this Uber Teen is available for kids 13 to 17 years old.
All right.
And you're right, Kimmy. If your kid's got practice across town and it's not done till 9 o'clock and you don't want to leave, this sounds like a great idea.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
If your kid needs a ride to their friend's house.
Like I remember kids sometimes being really desperate for rides last minute to get to like work or their sports practice, whatever.
I think, would have a really hard time watching my kid get in the back of a stranger's car and then disappearing down the street.
Yeah.
No? I mean, am I being a bitch here?
But yeah, because you don't live that kind of life. I mean, you live a life where you cater to your kids.
That sounds very condescending.
What?
You don't live that kind of life?
You don't.
You don't know what life I live, man.
I know exactly. You come in and talk about it all the time.
You're right. It's my job. But, no, I don't think I would feel comfortable.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's a legitimate thing.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Because I've been in different levels of Uber too, right? I mean, I've gotten into Uber so I go, man, this is nice.
Yeah.
And it's been in other ones. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Because, all right, let me ask you this.
What?
Let's say you find out one of your friends, they put their kids in Ubers on a regular basis and send them around.
Locally here.
Yeah. What would you think of that parent?
Yeah, they're phoning it in.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you ain't watching your kids.
Wait a minute. You just said I cater to my kid in a negative way.
No, I didn't say negative.
It was a negative way.
I did not say negative
You're always
way.
catering to your kid.
No, but if you're around here and you got strangers running your kids around, yeah.
So you don't like this?
No. But city kids different because that's their life.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
No. I mean, it's the same thing. It's a stranger.
Yeah, but like you're used to it. It's a necessity in a city. You can't have cars. It's tough.
Okay.
But here, you don't need to Uber your kid.
Kimmy, would you think a parent is trashy, a bad parent for putting their kid in the back of an
No,
Uber?
I think it's more common than you think it is.
Really?
Yeah.
That's low trash, man.
We actually got a tweet from somebody I'm assuming is an Uber or Lyft driver, and they said they get these ride shares for people on the east side a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Low trash east side parent.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Uber is offering free rides to teens on prom night in the state of New York all season long. And again, the company, it's one ride to and from prom, up to $20 each way, faux free. It's available for kids ages 13 to 17. You can book the ride 90 days in advance. And if your kids want to ride with all their friends, it also counts for Uber XL, which goes up to 6 people. But you have to have an Uber Teen account, which goes through, the parents' account. And this whole Uber Teen thing is blowing my mind. Going back to the prom thing, Kimmy, the benefit of putting your kids in the back of a prom limo is the limo driver never took any crap.
Did they check your bags and stuff?
The
before you
pre-prom
got on?
speeches, you remember that, right?
Yep.
So, Tommy, to her point,
Yeah.
they go through all your bags to make sure there's no alcohol. And they would stand the kids in line, and it was always like a shorter, bald limo driver for some reason. And they would, listen, if I catch you with anything illegal, alcohol, marijuana, this ride is over.
Yep.
I will pull over to the side of the road. Your parents will come and pick you up, and you do not get a refund.
Oh.
And whether or not it actually worked doesn't matter, because it's in that driver's best interest to not put the company that he works for in harm's way. Does the Uber driver have the same motivation on prom night?
Probably not.
What percentage of Uber drivers do you think can be talked into buying alcohol for underage kids?
Oh, come on, man.
I need a percentage.
35.
35%?
35%. Just based on the Uber drivers I've had. Because we get them when we go to Chicago to see my stepson. And there's just you just don't know what you're going to get. Like, it's a mystery date.
Yeah.
Because it looks good on, this guy looks good or she looks great. And Jesus Christ, this thing pulling up.
And, here's the thing. To all you Uber drivers that may have took offense to that, I don't mean offense. I just want you to think about this. Let's say there's a kid who's driving a prom in the back. And he goes, listen, I got $50 for you.
Oh, yeah.
If you go get me a 12 or a, Natty Light.
Mm-hmm.
You doing it?
Yeah.
Would you at least think about it?
You'd have to.
Don't say that, stupid.
Yeah, but
Just
your
think
name
about it.
is directly linked to this account.
But they
like
would.
That parent could be like, this is the Uber driver that took my kid. This is the Uber driver that bought my kid alcohol. I mean, it is a lot. You could lose that gig,
Well,
I guess, if you don't care.
You would
then
have
you
to
don't
be.
care.
You would have to ask the very important question of that kid in the back. Are you cool?
Yeah,
Yes.
but
Are you
doesn't
cool?
mean they won't get caught.
No, if he says he's cool, are you a cop? You got to tell me if you're a cop.
That's why I'd rather have, if I'm a kid, I want to be in a limo because there is a separation at least between the limo driver and the crew in the back. You know what I mean? So you can have
they're
your
not
fun
letting you
back
get away
there.
with anything.
Have your fun,
Bro, they're going to be doing fun.
bro. There's 12 kids back there.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, that stops kids.
You think there's going to be...
Were you that kid
What?
where you're like, ooh?
Oh, my God.
What?
Bye.
No, but you
I'm
don't
going
think
home.
you don't think that's gonna happen?
In front of all of your friends?
It's gonna happen,
No,
man.
it's
No,
not.
You've never gotten any action in front of a buddy that was
No.
also on
Like
a.
all the kids
No.
would be staring at you guys like,
You
what?
gotta be kidding me,
You're
man.
making us all uncomfortable right now.
What?
You've never
The
pulled a
hell?
move in front of other couples where they're all pulling
Not
moves.
not when you're all facing each other in a car.
It happened when I was around. I'm telling you.
No wonder you are the way.
What are you talking about?
The way you are.
So were my buddies and the loose chicks we were with. You've never been in a car
No,
like
I
in a
know.
ride.
I cannot tell you how many no's I'm going to say to you. No,
All right,
no,
all right,
no.
all right, your buddy
But
and his
you're
girl are up
picturing,
front.
like, You're like,
You're in the back.
Shut up.
And you're getting a knob.
No, a knob? That never happened to you. This is such a
No,
penthouse.
No,
you
it's
are
not.
so
It's
full
not.
of
Shut
crap.
up. You're so full
So
of
we're
crap.
going to grad night.
My ass.
What's
well,
grad night? What is grad night?
It's at Disney. It was a thing back in
so
the
they
day.
open up to it's like senior night
Okay.
at Disney World.
He's so busy making up a story he didn't include it. It's a Disney World thing.
You get a knob while your buddy's driving.
That's
yes.
a lie. Dear Penthouse, I never thought it would happen to me.
So you've never gotten a knob in the backseat of a car when somebody else was driving?
No, I've never gotten a knob in the backseat of a car
You
while
never
someone else
diddled.
was driving. No, I've never diddled. Bro, you rode the school bus till you were 18, and you want me to believe there was a girl?
You were that smooth.
Get the F out of here. I've watched you with women, you idiot. Oh, you like sex?
So that would stop you, though.
Yeah, just the social.
All right. So here's the scenario.
You're describing a different situation than a limo, though. Like,
I'm just
a
saying-
backseat to
No,
yourself,
but you
maybe
got
you could get away
appalled.
with something. In a limo, everybody is there. There are lights
But
on.
they're probably
in the limo.
busy doing their own thing.
No, you
No, they're
idiot.
not.
God, you're the same kind of idiot who thinks like they have those, like, what do they call those parties? It's called like a, what was it, a bracelet party?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
whatever.
party.
Yeah,
Buddy
whatever.
might walked in on
called.
one. with
Yeah,
his
buddy
kid.
might walked in on this thing that actually has never happened. Whatever bracelet they're wearing, that's
Right.
what they're willing to do, man. True story. Also, there's a litter box in the high school down in there, and there was a kid.
They identify as cat.
They had to identify it as a cat. They had to put a litter box in there. Said man on a radio station who thought it was a real story, like an idiot.
All right, so we're in a car.
Shut up.
You're in the back seat.
Yeah.
And you got some smoking hot chick with you. You're a young man.
Uh-huh.
And she starts playing around with you. Are you like, stop it? There's people up front.
I mean, if I'm
Please, don't unzip me. It's people here could hear it.
if I'm a teenager, I guess I'm not, but that would never happen.
Then what if it did? Would it?
What if?
What if it did? What if I landed on the moon tomorrow?
You never been to a party where people were like banging around and having fun?
Not in front of other people.
Yeah.
Well, not in
Not
front
in
of
the
like it's
open.
on stage,
I
man.
love how it's-
Or like Comics Cafe getting a knob.
That would have been the most attention you ever got at that club.
Be a hell of a closer.
Still would have gotten booed off the stage. No, man.
Yeah, the people that did that or tried to do that in front of other people were always the weirdos. And I
Yeah.
still remember those kids to this day.
You're all a bunch of stiffs.
I'm fine with that.
All right, go ahead.
I'm good.
Stipola.
Good. I'm good. I'm gonna make up a story about something that never
Pat
actually happened to me.
Stifola.
Pat Stifola.
And not in a good way.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. Yeah, why would you not want to put your kid in an Uber with a stranger after this conversation, you creep-ass, weird-ass bitch? Oh, my God.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
even know where to go from here.
You're such a prude.
I am, bro,
But you're calling
you're
us.
60!
You're calling
You're
us.
60
calling
already!
us a prude.
65.
But again, this never happened
It
to you.
did.
Oh, here we go.
It did.
Here
No,
come the
it
phone.
didn't.
No, here come the phone calls. The guys. I heard a
You
guy.
never even got invited to the limo.
Well, limo-esque.
No, bro, she's right, man. Like, you were such a loser. You were such a loser. And then
I wish Terline Ream Snyder was alive.
okay, like, you ever see Saved by the Bell? I was like Zach, man, which you also watched as a man in your 30s on a regular basis.
Well, yeah, because we had the time off during the day.
You creep-ass bitch.
We also watched Real World. Well, a lot of good stuff going on with the teenagers.
Okay, going back to the Uber idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
Oh, you get over it.
No, I won't. It's
Ugh.
deeply disturbing.
Ugh.
Deeply disturbing, you lying ass
You
bitch.
did that with your finger. God. What?
Like, if you're going to use this Uber teen thing for your teen,
Yeah.
it is going to get expensive, right? Like, I
But
mean,
you said it was $20.
well, no, I mean, like, for this prom thing, it's free,
Oh.
right? For up to $20. But, like,
Oh.
if you use it on a regular basis, like we were talking
Oh,
like
yeah,
shipping
yeah,
your
yeah.
kid around, like, look, the 30 to 45 minutes it takes to take your kid round trip where they want to go
Mm-hmm.
sucks. but it would cost $15 to $20
Yeah.
to get your kid in the same spot every time you wanted to do that. Like, I
But
mean,
think of how much time you spend driving around, waiting, picking them up. I mean, you spend sometimes your whole evening doing
no,
that.
you're right. But at the same time, like if I start doing that with Uber and my kid, all of a sudden,
gonna cost you,
yeah, it's gonna be $500
Yeah, it
a
would
month.
get expensive.
I can't afford that.
All right. Would it be that much?
Well, think about it.
Oh, yeah,
15
if
to
you do
20
it
bucks.
Especially
a
if they're
shot.
going across town, you know?
Yeah. Crosstown train at the hockey practice. 252 WCMF. Let's take one call. I am terrified.
Oh, will you stop?
No, you stop. You did this, you monster.
Oh, stop. Don't touch me.
Yeah, what was that? Every woman you ever met in your life? Robert, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Bobby.
Just letting you know, as a former Uber driver, I used to pick up young kids late at night because I drove nights all the time. And I was wondering if their parents knew what they were doing. I mean, I was taking them to their boyfriend's house or their girlfriend's house. I was just letting you know this.
Okay,
Well,
Robert, thank you.
Could you have an account, though, if you're under a certain age? How does that work?
I don't know. Maybe they're grabbing their parents' card or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's also possible, getting the parents' phone. Hey, Rob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Well, as if this...
I didn't even think like how that would have changed sneaking around as a kid, having access to something like that.
Well, but here's the thing. Like, you would be able to have a ride somewhere, but your parents would also be able to see exactly
That's what
where you
that's what I
went.
mean. Like I thought they'd be on their parents' account. I don't know.
But even if you went, I mean, maybe your parents don't have the wherewithal to look at their
Yeah.
Uber. Like, if you know, I don't know. All right, let's never speak of this conversation again. What? What did I do?
Whoa. You can't have a little fun in the back seat?
Today's the day.
What happened?
It's a very important day for a lot of men and women who are into this kind of thing.
All right.
But what's weird, Kimmy, when it comes to like outdoor, like first days,
Yeah.
folks that hunt deer,
it's like a holiday.
It's a holiday.
Yeah.
But that's like the only one. Because
Yeah.
I am curious if there are people that took today off to go do this. We'll tell you what it is.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is next on CMF. Today's the day, buddy.
What's going on?
Very exciting day for a lot of outdoorsy people in the state of New York.
Wow.
But it seems when it comes to outdoorsy holidays, there was like one high holiday that these outdoorsy folks observe.
Yeah.
And then everything else kind of falls to the wayside.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Today kicks off fishing season.
Fishing. He's going fishing.
For a number of different fish. Now, I feel stupid
Why?
because I didn't know there was a fishing season. I thought you could go fish anytime you wanted.
I did too because you can ice fish.
Yeah. How do you guarantee you're not going to catch
Unless
something?
it's just fishing for certain types of fish.
It is, but like the fish don't know that.
Yeah.
Right? Like what happens if I catch a fish I'm not supposed to catch while I'm ice
put it
fishing?
back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't
thought
know.
all fish, well, if you had a license, you were licensed to catch anything in the lake.
It says it kicks off fishing season for a number of fish. Kimmy, can we find out what fish you are allowed to catch starting today and how they alerted the fish
All right.
that today is the day?
You're on the clock.
You can start biting hooks now. Do folks take the day off for the first day of fishing season?
I guess, why would you if you're a big-time guy that loves this stuff?
Well, because I don't know anybody that is. Like, I know buddies that take off days to go hunting for deer, but that's like the only one.
Yeah, the only kid that I knew fished doesn't work here anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like you can catch
I thought anything.
pike.
Okay.
Oh, good pike.
I don't even know how to say some of
That's a
these.
fighting fish.
Pickerel?
Pickerel?
A
Pickerel.
crappie?
A crappie? Yeah. No, that's
walleye.
You can catch Tommy's radio career. Well, okay. Like, are there?
I'm sorry, some of these are all year, it says.
Okay, so
I'm not sure. It seems like pike is May 1st.
Can you
I
catch
don't
pike
know.
around here, or is that a North Country fish?
North Country fish.
I'm
I
being-
have no, I have
feel
no
it,
idea.
yeah.
Dead ass serious.
I always thought like fishing and boating season just went hand in hand. Like once you could get your boat in the water, you just went fishing.
Oh.
No, it
Like,
is
you
weird. Some of-
know when they put that swing bridge, they take it out
Yeah.
in Webster?
Yeah, yeah.
I figure, all right, that's the official sign you can put your boat in the water.
Why did you just make that up right now?
Because you can't get out.
No, I understand. I'm just saying. It's like, oh, swing bridge open. Fish are gonna die.
I thought that was like kicking off the season because the bay was open.
Okay. Well, obviously not, because there is a season for certain kinds of fish.
Yeah,
So that means if I
some
went
fish
out-
you can only catch certain months. It's really weird.
How
yeah.
would they even know?
Well,
Like they would have to literally stop you at the dock.
well, they do that, and there are guys out in there, the DEC or whatever, the cops.
But they don't have enough.
I mean, they catch
Oh,
people.
I'm putting that fish over there. I don't know how I got it.
You put that fish over there. Let me see your fish.
What's over here?
Okay, can I see
Oh,
it?
wait, he got away. There he goes.
God, hey man,
Go.
bulletproof plan there. Tracksuit. What an idiot. 252 WCMF. We're getting some kind of information.
All right.
Steven writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. You can fish year round, but you can't keep fish that aren't in season. This only applies to people who catch and eat. If you catch and release, you can catch anything anytime.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that's just one guy writing. Who knows?
All right.
Because here's the thing. Past the fishing season, right?
Yeah.
So deer season, people take a day off.
There.
Turkey season has 2 seasons, we found out in New York State. In fact, spring turkey season just started last week,
Oh,
I think.
okay.
I've never heard of anyone taking off like the first day of turkey hunting season,
No, that doesn't really come up too much.
right?
I never think of like spring as like a big hunting season, you know?
But if
I
you're
always
at-
think of that more of like a fall activity, fall winter activity.
But here's the thing. Spring hunting seems more fun. You got to less bundle up.
True.
Right?
And I always thought
Warming
that
up
the
a
animals are more active.
Yeah. You know what's funny?
Well,
I
maybe
take-
that's why. Because they're mating.
Oh.
shooting a turkey in the middle of him getting banged, her getting banged. I don't
Well,
know.
hopefully there isn't other turkeys watching this. You would be appalled by that. I'm out of here. This is terrible.
Not what it would sound
Everybody's gobbling.
Now what I-
Oh, your mom was there?
Oh, for God's sake. You know what the
Oh,
turkey?
she's a gobbler.
Shut up. With the turkey thing?
With a neck like that.
Shut up. My mother does not have a bad neck.
Oh, she got a nice neck.
Whenever the turkey season thing,
Yeah.
there's a family of turkeys
Yeah.
that lives off of 390.
A wild
No,
turkey,
off
yeah.
of 590. Excuse me. Yeah, on the way to 390 that I drive by every day on my way home from work. They got it figured out because you can't hunt them there,
Yeah.
right? You can't shoot turkeys off the side of the road. Like, do you think they figured it out?
Sure they did. They probably sense they're safe there, right?
But
No
it's also next to like the biggest. They don't know what cars are. Rah, 70 miles an hour. Rah.
Well, they didn't think it all the way through, as turkeys do.
You also never see like they walk right up to the road, but you
Yeah.
never see any turkeys that got hit by cars.
No.
Are turkeys super smart?
I thought they were super dumb.
Okay, well these ones figured it out.
Yeah.
Unless
Maybe the wild ones are smarter than the ones we eat.
A little more savvy.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. All right, now we're getting a whole bunch of different information. Wait, does turkey season start today too?
Maybe. May 1st?
Scott said May 1st, but I thought turkey season started last week.
Oh.
Could be wrong.
I don't know.
All right, here we go. We're going to get it all figured out
Here
here.
come the anglers.
252 WCMF. Today is the first day of fishing season in New York. We're trying to figure out how you can go ice fishing, but then there's fishing season, and how whether or not the fish know that you can catch the fish.
All right.
Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris. How are you, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Good. What's up?
So fishing season fishing season's year-round. You can catch anything. When each type of fish, like trout, pike, all that, open up, that means you can keep the fish that are a certain size at that time. You can't keep them until their season opens.
Okay, gotcha. So it's just about keeping the fish. All right, Chris, are you a fisherman?
Yes.
Did you take?
I am an outdoorsman fully. I do pretty much turkey hunting, deer hunting.
He's a man. Man's man.
Man's man. He's doing drive-by shootings off of 590 at them turkeys getting a little too big for their britches. Chris, so...
No, I live out in the country. I live out in Wyoming County, so there's a lot of hunting out here.
Yeah, I was joking. I didn't think you were really
That's
shooting
man
turkeys.
country.
Hey, Chris,
I mean,
do you take days off for, like, the first days of seasons?
Sometimes. Deer season, absolutely. My daughter loves to go with me. She just got her hunting license for the first time last year.
Nice.
And, we take deer season off, not turkey. I haven't had a turkey since I was a kid. There's less turkeys out now. I mean, they're pretty smart birds, and they're really fast.
I heard in the break room that they're dumb. That's what I heard from Tommy. The turkey of radio.
They're pretty smart. I mean, they can see you, they can hear you. I mean, they're not stupid. I've hit one turkey in my life with my car, and other than that, no.
Hey, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Didn't see that one coming.
No, I did not.
No, the turkey.
Yeah.
Corey writes, youth turkey started last week. Okay, so youth turkey started last
Wait,
week.
youth turkey?
Like youth hunters to go hunt
all right.
turkey.
All right, the kids.
And then big turkey starts today.
Okay.
All right, fishing.
Fishing is today.
All right, so this is outdoor
certain
day.
fish.
But for certain fish, because like bass, I'm getting a
Yeah,
word.
it seems like they're like I was looking at the chart, and
But that's
some
a
fish are all
coveted
different
fish.
months of the year.
Wait, what's a coveted fish?
A bass.
They're everywhere.
No, but that's the one you want.
Well, yeah. Well, no.
That's why you bass fish.
People eat panfish too.
Yeah.
And
There's a pan fishing tournament.
Are you sure?
There's a bass fishing tournament.
I've heard of bass fishing.
Big mouth. You'd
Wait.
fit right in.
You've never been to Pan Pro Shops?
No, I have not.
What about like walleye and muskie? Those are good fish to eat, right?
I've never had one.
No?
I don't know.
No.
I feel like I had it when I was a kid.
Well, that's because your father did just caught things he probably shouldn't have.
No, you're allowed to catch and
He
eat
probably
these
also
things.
had a tire or a boot. You never had a mud boot? Oh, that's good eating.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dustin. Hello, Dustin.
Hey, what's going on?
What up, bud?
Hey, so the way I understand it is you're not allowed to target fish outside of the season.
What is target fishing?
So certain fish spawn at different times of year, and like bass. So if you go fishing for bass out of season, you can damage that system for them.
Okay, so like if you use specific bait and techniques to catch bass outside of bass season.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. So the season's more for when you're able to go after certain species of fish. And yes, obviously, if you're in season, you can keep them in their slot limit. So they have a lot of fish have a minimum size, and some fish even have a maximum size of when you can keep them.
Oh.
Wait a minute. If it goes over the
did not know
maximum
that.
size, I got to throw it back?
Yes.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Don't you want that fish out of there? He's lived
Yeah.
long enough.
He's eating
Yeah,
good.
So I'm not sure why they have it set up that way, but certain species like trout, they have a slot limit, so you can catch within a minimum and a maximum, and anything outside of that, you're not allowed to keep. And if you get caught with them, you get fined quite heavily.
No, but did you
Yeah,
hear
he's right.
Tommy's?
I'm looking at there's like not less than 23 inches or greater than 28 inches for a striped bass.
Okay.
So yeah, like some of these fish have maximums.
No, but Dustin, you're not thinking. Tommy had the brilliant idea of hiding the fish after you catch it on the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've been boarded by the Coast Guard, and they go through the boat.
Oh wow.
Wait, they do like it's a drug
I
raid?
just explained that to you, stupid.
So like you're just out there fishing with your buddy. The Coast Guard boards your boat?
Well, this specific instance, we were fishing the Gulf Stream down in Key West.
Well, that's a little different. Ooh!
But yeah, we got boarded by the Coast Guard, guns in our faces.
Yeah, because you're going to get a couple of dopers out there
Yeah, probably.
Dustin, thanks for the call,
throwing bales
buddy.
over the bow.
Not a problem.
Dustin is a doper's name, too.
Yes.
1/5 of all men arrested for trafficking cocaine named Dustin.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. That's a stat from the made-up stats of drug enforcement agencies of America. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know what guys like? Hunting, fishing,
Yeah.
and driving fast.
Oh, yeah.
And I got some great news for you.
What's that?
There's a pretty good chance we're going to be able to drive faster in the state of New York.
Oh, they changed the laws?
That's the idea here.
Okay.
But they say, everything's a trade-off. Because if we get this higher speed limit, which we will tell you about, there will be something else coming with it. Because you got to make sure with a higher speed limit, people stay safe.
Okay.
And if folks screw up too many times, well, they're going to keep an eye on your ass.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. Oh, I'm going to burp.
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to get it out before
Oh,
we
you're
came
chugging
in.
that soda there.
Yeah. I'm trying to get caffeine to wake up. Why don't you be funny? I mean, help. Stupid. Some good news
What's the good news?
and some bad news
What?
for all you speed demons out there. Because if this passes, you're going to get to go faster.
All right.
But if you go too fast, too many times, well, son, the man's going to come down a little harder
All right, Deputy Dog.
and literally ride with you in your car.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now. You can head over to WCMF.com.
Oh, yeah?
Enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock Tribute Pack, 4-pack of tickets to 3 shows this month, courtesy of Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in Canandaigua. You can celebrate Southern rock and the music of Lynyrd Skynyrd. With High Noon May 3rd. You can experience the Rolling Stones May 9th, performed by Satisfaction.
Mick.
In the International Rolling Stones Tribute Show. And enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings.
Paul.
With Band on the Run live May 31st. And if you can't wait to win, get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. How'd you like to punch that pedal a little more towards the floor on the highway?
What you got?
State lawmakers here in New York are advocating for a bill that would increase the speed limit on the thruway interstates to 70 miles an hour.
So it would be like South Florida.
Yeah, actually, a lot of states have gone to 70 miles an hour. There may be more 70-mile-an-hour interstate states than not now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think once you hit PA, like Erie, if you're going south, I think it hits 70 there.
Punch it.
She might be right. So folks who want it say, one, drivers are already doing well over 70.
Yeah.
Okay. They also point to other states that have the 70-mile-an-hour limit and above, and studies have shown traffic accidents have actually decreased
Really?
with 70 miles an hour.
Damn.
So I don't know how true that is, whatever, but it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so you're in.
I'm in.
Well, the state giveth, the state taketh away.
So what would they take away?
In the same bill,
Yeah.
there would be a provision that would install speed monitoring devices in the cars of drivers who have committed multiple speeding violations.
So they would give you like something to install in your car?
Here's how it works.
All right.
It would be like the DUI interlock device.
Okay.
Okay. So in those, you have to blow into it to prove you're not
Right.
drunk to start the car. This would be without the blowing. So your mom's out. But
Jesus.
of the ones that exist,
Yeah.
there are a couple different versions.
What do you do?
They all have GPS monitoring, so they can tell what the speed limit is.
Oh, so there's
depending-
tracking you.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
There's one that just alerts you that when you go over, and it records it and sends it to the state. There are others that will not allow you to go over the marked speed
So
limit.
you have a governor on your car that you just, this is it.
A digital governor.
All right.
And it's not clear in the bill which one of these would be made mandatory in New York. It's also unclear how many speeding tickets you'd have to get before this was installed in your car. And on top of that, it is assumed, much like the interlock device, that if a judge determines you can't drive without the speed, or that you have to drive without, which you get it if you need it, you would also have to pay for it to be installed in your
So it's
car.
all on you.
You got it.
All right.
Kimmy, can you Google what an interlock device costs in a car when you get a chance? Thank you.
That's the one that's for the drunk.
Yeah, just to give us a little bit of like an idea of what it could cost. All right.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy,
Yeah.
you get to go faster.
Yeah.
But if you go too fast, too many times, you got a speed computer in your car. Is that a fair trade-off?
No.
Why?
It's too intrusive, man. Like this governor that's going to hold me back when I'm driving.
You sound like a man who needs a governor now.
No, but what?
No, like the way you said that.
So like I physically could not make the car go faster because it won't let you.
Again, there are two versions.
Right.
One
So
that-
the extreme one will not let you go any faster.
yeah, but the other one will
What if
still.
I got to get away?
So-
Okay, emergency. Oh my God, there's a fire. Oh, it's going 72. I'm screwed.
You're driving away from a fire.
How about when you see these people in these forest fires and they get stuck
Okay.
and they got to like jet ass out of there?
So I just want to be clear.
Like Jersey right now is on fire, bro.
I just want to be clear. In our area, you are in the middle of a forest fire.
Yeah.
He does
where
have a lot of trees around him.
Yes, I do.
70 miles an hour is too
The Pittsburgh
slow.
forest.
You know how fast those forest fires go, bro?
How fast?
100.
No, they don't go 100 miles an hour.
Some do, man. Out there in the Sierras?
Okay, so you see it as dangerous to have a governor on someone's
It
car.
sounds too intrusive,
Okay.
man. Just give me a ticket.
No, they did multiple
No,
times.
I don't need you to like literally be in my car controlling it. That's too much.
So then take your license away.
Well, if I do so many infractions.
No, but that's
they're
what-
not going to take your license away on a couple of infractions.
Again, yes, you can. I mean, it depends on how fast you were
Well,
going.
how crazy you do it.
Well, but that's just it, man. right? This actually gives an opportunity potentially for people that would lose their license to keep it with this stuff in the car.
Yeah, but you're trading off your freedom, man.
Well, but you had to get a driver's license.
I understand that, but that's where
hold on.
That's where it should end.
You also have a GPS that you're using for directions where they can pinpoint you if they want to.
Yeah, but they're not slowing my car down.
Okay, but you can't slow your car down.
I'm a stallion, man. I gotta run free. I'm a maverick.
All right, Kimmy, before we find out
Mustang.
the interlock device price, are you okay with the trade-off of 70 miles an hour for multiple speeding tickets? We don't know how many. Gets you this computer in your car.
I mean, I guess I could see it more if like they just didn't allow you to go over a certain speed limit, period. You know what I mean?
But you could still do 70 and a 35.
I guess.
Because if the top limit is 70, every other limit you'd be able to do 25 over.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think of that.
I just think it's going to be hard to monitor and control.
You mean
that's their problem. What do you care?
What do you mean hard to monitor and control?
Well, like you'd have to hope that technology is super accurate and knows what the speed limit is every time you're going down like a road.
Okay.
I don't know how accurate it is, I guess.
Valid point. But I mean, we already have it on our
what if
Apple.
it's stuck? Like what if you're trying to get onto 490 and it's stuck at like a maximum of 40 or something? Like I think that it could get very complicated.
Okay, we already
potentially dangerous.
But we already have this technology on Apple Maps. Like if you use them on your iPhone, it will tell you what the speed limit is.
Yeah, but sometimes you lose. Like it'll freeze for a second.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of things that could go wrong here.
All right, so both of you are out on the speed computer in exchange for 5 more miles an hour.
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, how are you, brother?
Pretty good. Hey, I drive a work vehicle, and we had it set up so that my speed limit was topped at 70.
Okay.
And we have since raised it because I found myself in morning rush hour traffic on 590 in the middle lane, and I couldn't get to the left lane to get to my exit because there were so many cars zipping past me much faster, and I couldn't get into the lane. I used to have to go past my exit, go to the next one, and turn around and come back.
Well, the good news is if there's ever a forest fire in Pittsburgh, you'll be able to drive away from it, according to our scientists here in the room.
Oh, okay. How about we just go swimming in the canal instead?
Oh, you can do that too. But I mean, Chucky, yes, I get you're doing your job. You're a safe driver. Like that's the thing. This would be a situation where people keep breaking the law.
Oh, I understand that, but even then, what I'm saying is that once you get that car limited to 70 miles an hour and you get out on an interstate, you are going to be hampered by not being able to move from lane to lane because cars are going to be in other lanes moving past you that aren't regulated.
You would be hampered. I like that word. Chuck, that's a great call, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
All right. Counterpoint.
What's that?
Don't get like 5 speeding tickets. 252 WCMF. There is legislation in Albany right now that would increase the speed limit on interstates like the Thruway to 70 miles an hour here in New York State. But the trade-off in that same bill, there'd be a provision where if you get too many speeding tickets, the state could install a speed monitoring device in the cars of drivers who have done this.
Yeah.
All of them have GPS to monitor what the speed limit is, where you are. Some of them just records when you go over and sends it to the state. Others put like a digital governor on your car so you cannot go above what the speed limit is in that area. It's similar to an interlock device, which gets put on some people who have DUIs or DWIs. Kimmy, what does that cost?
So there's an installation fee, and then there's a monthly fee you paid to have it.
What do we got?
The installation fee ranges from $70 to like $150,
Okay.
and then the monthly lease can cost between $70 and $140 per month.
Okay, so I mean,
it's not cheap.
No, but
Would be
could
good
also
for-
require some maintenance here and there. It says
It would also help if you had kids.
with an interlock device.
Well, if you could buy one of those things and turn it on, let's say, like you could buy one of these yourself.
Yeah.
Put it on your car if you think your kid's speeding.
Sure, but then what if there's a forest fire?
Well, that'd be tough.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this, Tommy. Let's say you have become the king of New York.
Right.
All right. And the speed computer, it's going to happen. If there's nothing you can do, it's going to happen. How many speeding tickets as the king of New York would you make it before the car computer is mandatory?
That's 3.
That's
3 in a calendar year.
So 3 speeding tickets in a calendar year mandates the speeding computer.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
It is reasonable. I thought you were going to be like 14. You know, if you look at the law now, it may actually be harsher than the computer idea. Because did you know
What's that?
that if you get 3 speeding tickets within
Yeah.
18 months, they can suspend your license.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Can't drive at all.
Yeah.
Also, 11 points in any way over 18 months means your license is taken away.
Damn.
I mean, there are people that have to go hire like specialized lawyers
Yeah.
to figure out a way
yeah.
to like plead down.
Some of them used to sell for CMF.
I mean, look, I get
Yeah.
the idea of the intrusion. I don't say that this isn't a perfect system, but it does let you keep driving.
But we haven't that big of a problem with speeding and crashes any more than
mean,
any other time.
I think that'll always be a problem.
Right, but I mean, is there like an epidemic that you have to do this?
I don't know. Like, it's not like we had a story this week that involved people driving dangerously. Like yesterday when we told you in 4 school districts in a matter of 137 days, 6,300 and change people had blown past the stop sign. They had their picture taken.
That's reckless driving. I'm talking just straight ass speeding,
So
which
you
I know is reckless, but I'm just talking just lead footing on 90.
You don't think the person who blows past the school bus stop sign is the same person that's doing 80
Okay, you may,
on 590?
Or
but
speeding
like,
through construction zones.
I thought like
things like that.
we're at the safest level ever for like driving cars.
You just made that up.
No, because the cars are safer.
That is true.
And we're just better at it.
No,
I mean, we ain't speeding.
There has been an increase in traffic fatalities from when the pandemic started to now. Now, I don't know if the numbers have gone up and down,
Yeah.
but there have definitely been more traffic issues and fatalities, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought
Kimmy.
we were down with all this stuff.
No, you just want it to be down because you don't want a computer in your car.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing, man.
What?
You ain't going over. We could governor your car at 54 and you'd be fine.
Well, who's gotten 3 speeding tickets?
Yeah, for doing 51.
Oh, now it's low. Before I was jet assing down the road, scaring guys with shovels inside.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You bitch ass speeding ticket. By the way, if this law passes,
Yeah.
New York would still be on the lower end for interstate speed limits. So, like, right now, there's elections and things coming
Yeah.
up. They're trying to get stuff done. So there's a bunch of states trying to change
Yeah.
things. Mississippi is looking to raise their speed limit to 80 on toll roads.
Yeah, because you want to get the hell out of Mississippi. That makes sense.
Well, they're-
like Arkansas is a better option.
Same with North Carolina, by the way.
Those may be also roads that aren't as busy. There's not as much traffic.
Yeah, no, you're
you know?
right. But, okay, so I drove one time through Texas on an 80-mile-an-hour road out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
When you're doing like 80 on the throughway and there's other people with you,
Yeah.
it feels fine.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing 80 by yourself, you feel 80.
Like you're hauling
It
ass.
got scared. I didn't mean to sound like a bitch, but it was like I wasn't. My
Yeah.
blue baroo, too, shaking on me. It was like I was in the Millennium Falcon. I don't think 80's a good idea.
All right.
Well, yeah, because then everybody's gonna push it, right? Like you're never just doing 80.
I don't think Southerners take it too far.
No, but in all seriousness, like think of all the cars you see on the road.
Yeah.
What percentage of cars do you think could go over 85 right now?
Ooh, good question.
like
question.
can actually do it?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the standard speed on a car now?
Well, no, I'm not saying like the cars
Oh,
won't
like
let you.
it-
I'm saying
Just
you're-
like the cars just
They're in
not,
shape enough to do it?
Yeah. I mean, 85. I
Yeah.
don't remember the last time I hit 85.
Yeah, me either.
I don't even know. I don't know how fast. I don't know if my Honda Pilot can get. I'd probably get to 85. Maybe I'll punch it on the way home.
There you go.
Watch out, everybody! Honda Pilot coming through. Okay. This story
Yeah.
keeps getting more and more insane
What happened?
because it started as just a crank call on draft day.
Oh, God.
How it was.
Yeah.
And we had a debate the other day about whether or not it's funny. And then we found out who made the crank call.
Yeah.
And that made the story even more insane. Yesterday, the NFL made an announcement.
A lot of people are in trouble.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
This kid really
It's such an
screwed
overreach,
up.
man.
You got to stop this from happening again.
We're gonna have it. We're gonna do this. This is the NFL. What happened? Nothing happened.
What do you mean nothing happened? The
Oh, my
NFL got
God.
embarrassed big
Yeah.
time.
Oh, you don't embarrass us. We do that on our own.
Now you're anti-NFL?
I'm not anti.
No,
but
now you're
man,
anti-NFL. Mr. Law and Order.
But come on, man. It was a
A
prank.
kid, a 20-something-year-old
21-year-old kid.
embarrassed an entire franchise.
Oh, not only
and
embarrassed
cost
them, cost them and his dad.
The number is ridiculous.
This has now become the most expensive prank
Oh.
maybe in mankind history.
Yes.
And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. kids will cost you a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just standard clothes, food, activities.
Yeah.
Because every once in a while, you will see a kid screw up so bad,
Yep.
it ends up hitting mom or dad in the pocketbook. But we may have just witnessed the most expensive prank a kid has ever done that dad is on the hook for financially.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It was around this time on Monday. We talked about Shadur Sanders' draft prank phone call. He's the quarterback from Colorado, Deion's son, that fell all the way down in the draft. And he was sliding in the second round. He got a call from what he believed was the Saints. Turns out that call was made by the son of Falcons defensive coordinator and former Jets interim head coach, Jeff Ulbrich. And it became national news. The NFL did an investigation. Both the kid and the Falcons had to issue an apology.
All right.
It got a hell of a lot worse yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
The NFL announced, due to all the shenanigans, they were fining the Falcons themselves $250,000 for leaking Shadur's number. So you cost your dad's boss $250,000.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Right.
But what might be even worse, Jeff Ulbrich, the coach himself, was fined by the NFL $100,000.
That's a good chunk of change.
This man is $100,000 lighter because his 21-year-old son made a prank phone call. Now, just to put it into perspective, Jeff Ulbrich is making $1.6 million this year as the defensive coordinator for the Falcons. But let's say, Tommy, after taxes, that's like $900,000.
Yeah.
This kid may have just eaten up over 10% of his dad's annual salary.
One phone call.
One phone call.
No.
Okay. Tommy.
Yeah.
This has to be the most money spent on your kid's mistake in the history of the world.
I can't think of what else it would be.
6-figure prank.
Yeah, because anything else, you would be going to jail.
Yes. Thank you.
Cost you and your employer.
Yeah.
You think it's an overreaction.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
It's just a prank phone call. Nobody got hurt. I mean, Deion and his kid were kind of like rolling with it, too, a little bit. They kind of made a joke out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was cool about it afterwards.
Absolutely.
Credit to Shadur Sanders.
So, but I mean, tell me, like, because, you know, the exposure of the phone number.
Yeah, I mean, look, the league looks really bad here.
It does.
It doesn't look really. This league looks really bad. This ain't one of the times.
There are other things that have made them look way worse.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you.
And those guys are on the field.
Okay, great. That's a valid point.
And some of those guys have never been fined.
That's a valid point.
Sometimes you look the other way, man.
All of these things are valid
Some
points.
guys have statues out in front of your stadium.
Okay, you know what? The more you're talking,
And
the more
have
you start
bloody
making sense.
clothes and limos.
Okay, all right. All fair.
Give me a break,
all
man.
fair. All fair.
It really sounds petty.
Well, wait, look, whether or not it's petty or whatever, it costs this old man $100,000.
Oh, yeah. Plus, you got to, and the 100 G's one thing, you also got to face your boss, who you also, he had to go write a check for $250,000.
They had to make a statement.
Yeah.
I can't believe this guy didn't get fired, Jeff Ulbrich. And I know that
Has he spoken all about it, like publicly, like
yeah.
in front of cameras?
It's like, I don't know if it was in front of camera. I saw a quote the other day. It was standard boilerplate
I'm going to
stuff.
break his face when I get home.
By the way, Ulbrich and the Falcons also have to participate in community service revolving around
What, are you going to go pick up trash on the interstate?
It said involving the situation
All
that
right.
happened, so I don't know what the situation is. So you also cost your dad his free time.
Yeah, so I was going to say, do you want your kid to pay for it, but you also probably don't want your kid around all those people after what went down? So do you make your kid also do the community service?
Kimmy, I don't think
He's got to.
You can't let that kid anywhere near the facility.
That's what I mean.
You got to hate him.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, at base level, something like this is not uncommon, where a kid will screw up and leave mom and dad holding the financial bag, right? Like you'll break something, you'll get arrested, you need mom and dad's financial help.
Sure.
And when that happens, there are certain things expected of the kid. Because, like, let's say some kid does vandalism that costs mom and dad $5,000, and the kid doesn't have it. If mom and dad step in and they pay, over time, those parents are going to expect their kids to pay that money back.
Yes.
You can't pay back $100,000.
No, not anytime soon.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
The average salary of a person between the ages of 21 and 29 in America, because this kid's 21, is around $40,000.
Yeah.
So if this kid is making an average salary, it would take him 2.5 years of tax-free money, not spending another dime to pay his parents back.
So you would, the old man would go to his grave never getting a third of it.
No, yeah. I mean, think about
Not even a third. And the kid ain't going to pay. No kid pays. They're going to slow pay your ass like a student loan, man.
Which might be also around $100,000. Do you know the most money you've ever cost your parents?
I banged up the cars, so I would say around a Giola.
All right, $1,000?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that seems pretty standard for under 18 damage, right, for a kid?
Scratch, dents, bumps.
Like if you catch a pair of parents walking out of a hospital with a brand new baby all happy, I think it would be fair to look at them and say at some point you're going to have to cut a check.
Oh, yeah.
That will add up to at least $1,000 for all the mistakes that they've made over time.
It's like coverage.
Yes, exactly. I do want to ask Kimmy when she gets off the phone if she's ever cost her parents money because she seems too like goody two shoes.
Well, girls are different too. They're not as rough on cars and stuff, and they're not jerks.
Kimmy, have you ever made a mistake that cost your parents any money when you were a kid?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, girls are low on that end, I think.
You know, you want to think that every kid, like to the discussion we were just having, is going to get in some kind of trouble where mom and dad have to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, Tommy, that could just be what dicks like us tell ourselves so we don't feel like total losers.
Well, it could also be like kids have done something wrong and the parents get lucky because nobody finds out or somebody decides to let it go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's not that the kid never got in trouble. It's just that it didn't happen to come to the point where they had to pay to get them out of trouble.
Okay. You know, I think we could also add every penny your dad spent in private school to money he had to pay because you're an idiot.
Okay.
Right? I mean, like.
All right, well, then my number goes way up.
Yeah, I mean, think of how many kids went to a different school because of the trouble they got into. And that, in the long run, cost your parents more money.
You're not wrong. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Yesterday, we found out due to the prank phone call that Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbricht's son made to Shadur Sanders during the NFL draft, the Falcons have been fined $250,000 by the NFL, and Ulbricht himself has been fined $100,000. He's making $1.6 million this year after taxes, around $900,000. That's more than 10% of his annual salary for one phone call his kid made. And I know a lot of people are writing saying he made more phone calls, which seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
he did?
Yeah, so maybe it's only like $10,000 per phone call.
Oh, who else did he call?
So there is word that he also did it to Tyler Warren, and then there's others. There are others. Excuse me. They are investigating that may lead back to him. One of the offensive linemen for the Bills, I think the kid drafted in the 5th round from UConn.
Yeah.
He said he was prank called like 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Why are you giggling, bro? You're a 60-something-year-old man.
Oh, man, that's fun. Man, if we were that age, we found that number.
He's 21, man.
Man, we found Tommy
I know.
Lasorda's number we did months on.
Yeah, and you almost got fired for it.
I don't even want to
21
talk
and
about
you know that this. I mean, you know this could affect your dad.
Yes. How does that not cross your mind as a 21-year-old kid, right? Like, I like to think that I have grace for people doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
But again, like if this was, Shadur Sanders went to Colorado. Let's say it was Colorado State, some frat kid wants to make a name for himself.
Just a random kid that got his number somehow.
Does it fine. The fact that it's the son of an NFL coach, it's Nepo baby on Nepo baby crime, just makes it feel worse.
Because like you said, these prank phone calls happen, and they've happened in the past, and we never hear about the person that made them most of the time because they're not connected to anybody. It's just some kid that got a hold of the number.
But I'm also going to assume that the son of the Falcons defensive coordinator and the head coach for the Jets last year is also an entitled prick. Is that fair?
The coach himself?
Well, no, the coach's kid.
Oh, yeah,
My
sure.
dad's a head coach. My dad's an offensive coordinator. I got no Sanders number. Tell me out.
There's something wrong with his mouth.
That's probably how they caught him. Hey, it's the Saints, man. Sean Payton. Not Sean Payton. I don't know who the head coach of the Saints is right now. Erickson, whatever his name is. You got drafted.
It would make it even worse, too, if he was just going down a list of numbers that he grabbed from his dad.
Well, that would be the
potentially.
juiciest one, would be Dion's kid.
Yes, but it sounds like, Kimmy, what you said might have been what he was
There was
doing.
a list. Yeah.
That he had a couple of numbers. So what's funny is like talking about bailing your kid out financially when they get in trouble. There was this idea from some parents when your kids are growing up that you're not going to be that parent that steps in and cuts a check. That the better lesson is to teach them self-sacrifice and discipline. And when you make that mistake, I will be here because I love you.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be here to get you out of it. And in theory, that's not the worst idea.
But if you can, but sometimes you're painted into a corner where people want their money.
Okay.
And your kid ain't got the money.
All right, let's say that Jeff Ulbricht
Yeah.
looks at his kid and goes, look, man, I ain't getting hung on this $100,000. And you're going to pay me $10,000 a year
Yeah.
for the next decade. Is that a dick parent or is that a good parent?
I mean, that would be a good lesson, I guess.
Because, like, in this situation, it comes right out of his paycheck, which sucks even more. Like,
Oh,
the NFL,
yeah.
when they fine you, they garnish your
they
wages.
get immediately.
Yes, you got
it.
it.
It happens here, too.
But, like, in a situation where, let's say your kid's on the hook for $5,000, right? He's either going to face punishment or pay this fine. Are you a better mother or father for letting them face the punishment and not paying that $5,000?
I mean, yeah, you would be. Or at least, or fronting them the money, then you got to pay you back.
No. I'm saying I'm not involving myself.
But he doesn't have it.
You've made this mistake. Look, you can find a way to come up with this money, and if you can, you're going to face the actual punishment.
I also don't want my kid figuring out ways to come up with $5,000 really quick.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, a buddy of mine's got this meth thing he's been talking about at school.
And what if another family member is willing to lend them that money?
Which
does
is
that
the
make it awkward
grandparents.
for you?
But here's the thing. Fine. Then that's between you and them.
Okay.
You found your way to do it.
So now you got to go suck up to grandparents.
I mean, maybe.
Because those are the ones that are going to have it.
I don't want to have that conversation.
No, I don't either.
I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting parenting question because, look, I get it. You want to be a hard ass until you see your kid in a situation. Right. But maybe the better move is to say, you made your bed.
Well,
now you got to sleep in it.
Yes.
But that could also put your kid behind the eight ball before they've even started
put
life.
them behind and then make them owe potentially more, which would also eventually lead to you having to do something to help them.
Or they're just in a bad way for a long time if they can
guess.
never get out from under it.
Which you also don't want for your kid.
Yeah, but then if you step in and save them, there is that feeling of entitlement. Like, for example, you as a human.
Well, I do.
Everything you ever did, your dad walked in and fixed your mess.
Only the things he found out about.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brian writes us, my dad had to pay to repair my neighbor's RV after my older brother talked his brother into driving it. Oh. Older brother talked his brother. Okay. And crashed it into a tree.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
What did that cost?
We were 14 at the time. It was a big scandal. We weren't allowed at their house after that. And my dad, who was friends with that guy, never really talked to him.
Yeah,
I don't have
that
a
makes
price.
sense.
Brian, if you could hear us, what did it cost?
Oh, my God. Crashed it into a tree.
You stole an RV?
At 14. Man, how much fun were those kids having, though?
Yeah, till you hit the tree.
That's the way it works.
Of all the cars you're going to steal, why would you steal an RV? Punch it. Let's hit 20.
But it's a big, fun thing.
Wait, your mom was there?
So these young boys
Shut up.
got into my mother.
Shut up.
And then rode her into a tree.
Who did?
That's the second time you've had young men on my mother.
No, first time I did not. This one I actually did.
No, you said.
First one was not young men. This time I will admit, yes, I had 14-year-old Brian and your mom, and he was crashing her into a tree because she was all big. Let's take a break. All right, so we've talked about two things a lot this morning.
What's that?
Kids.
And my mother.
Okay, three things.
Yeah.
Your mom
Yeah.
and animals.
Okay.
And we have another animal discussion.
Oh, what do we find now?
Well, no, it's not we found anything. You know, we want people who listen to the show to be safe. We care about you.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
We need you to keep having a job.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
And there are animals that can kill you.
Oh, sure.
We have in front of us the animal that kills the most people in the state of New York.
Okay.
Oh, they did a power ranking?
Yes, they did.
of
Well,
viciousness?
no. I mean, it's a number. How
Oh.
many every year on average?
The actual statistics.
These
You got
animals get.
You got it. And I am
Damn.
dying to know if you guys can nail it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Animals will kill you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
They don't know you don't mean them no harm.
Man-eater.
That's right. Whoa, there it goes.
Man-eater.
That's not, what are you doing? Sinatra does Hall & Oates?
Man-eater, baby.
I'm just talking and you're paying me. We have in front of us
What you got?
how many animals, or which animal kills the most people in New York State
The deadliest
Yep.
New York State animal.
every year, and I am dying to know if you guys can hit it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. All right. Moment of truth is here.
There we go.
Which animal in New York State kills the most people annually?
The Long Island cougar. Treacherous, dangerous, loud.
What does that mating call sound like?
Hey, you son of a bitch. Well, I guess, but we don't really have that many dangerous animals.
So this should be pretty easy then.
But
shouldn't
but it leads the league.
it leads the state. This animal kills the most people in New York State every year.
Kills people.
It kills the most people.
Deer.
No.
Kimmy nailed it.
Wait. Oh, because of the car accident.
It comes almost exclusively from car
All
accidents.
right. I was thinking like, chomping on your leg.
Yeah, I know. That's why you're dumb, and I wanted to get you to say something dumb. Way to make him not say something dumb, Kimmy. Thank you. Now, in fact, deer are actually the deadliest animals nationally.
Oh, okay.
And by far, even though their numbers are not all that impressive. Annually, according to the DEC, Dil Copajo, deer only kill
Yeah.
about 120 people on average.
Wait.
Nationally.
That's
Nationally,
Man,
wow.
that's
I
a
thought it would be
sea
more
hair
than
of
that.
people.
Isn't it crazy? I would have thought
Yeah.
it was way more,
Yeah.
too. All right. You want to take a guess how many bears kill people nationally every year?
Oh, it's got to be super ass low.
What do you got?
2.
Kimmy?
Under 10.
Kill.
9.
One.
Yeah.
It's one.
Okay.
Sharks and alligators also one on average annually.
Damn, I was a little surprised with the alligator.
And rattlesnakes only kill a person in America on average every 4 years, 0.25.
Well, because like rattlesnake, you can get. I mean, if an alligator gets a hold of you, you're pretty much dead. Where
Yeah.
rattlesnake, you can get to a hospital and get treatment.
So all these numbers according to the CDC.
All right.
It really feels like we may be overshooting how dangerous these animals are,
yes.
right? Not that you should mess with animals.
No, but like the chance of like you getting attacked by something is pretty low.
And here's the thing.
But every time somebody gets like attacked by a shark, I mean, it's an international story.
Oh, yeah.
Probably because it's so rare.
Yeah, but but then somebody gets bit by a shark, every shark bite shows up.
True.
And I mean, these people survive. They will F you up, these animals.
Yeah.
So don't mess with them.
Yeah, you could survive it and still lose a limb.
Yeah, or like, have a face that looks like you just got mauled by a bear.
Yeah.
Like Tommy does, right? But
Jesus.
I know, it was a bad bear situation. Look at him. Ugh. They had to sew his face back on. They had to get him a donor face. And they pulled it from the room marked ugly.
So I guess so probably people die more from mosquito bites than they do from vicious actual animals.
Well, yeah, I mean, mosquito bites carry legitimate
Yeah, it's a blood disease.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. Far more people are killed every year by falling vending machines than they are combined.
Well, that's because, God damn it.
No, seriously, you can Google the number. They keep track of this. Kimmy, can you
So,
Google
like-
annually
How
how
do
many?
they fall over?
Because they're shaking the machine.
Yeah, and then they
Oh.
realize how heavy this goddamn thing is. It's like having a refrigerator you're trying to catch.
It's like a double refrigerator.
Yeah, you're
Those
right.
things are taller than
Oh,
you
yeah.
and they're heavier. Yeah, I want to say it's like
Crushed by Doritos.
I want to say it's like 10. I've seen
Yeah.
this number.
13 people are killed each
How
year
many?
by a falling vending machine.
13?
So every decade,
Yeah.
fewer people are killed by bears than
That's
people are killed by
insane.
vending machines
All right.
annually.
Look at that.
You know what I'm saying?
So enjoy outside.
Well, no, I do want to be fair.
Be careful, but you're fine.
Just don't mess with them. And like, here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, I would also like to know. I'm sorry, somebody just sent me a tweet. It's really mean, but it's funny because they're guessing what the animal was.
Mm. What do they say
This
about
guy
my
writes
mom?
cow, aka Tommy's mom. I don't want people to like run out and be like, "Bear ain't gonna kill me. Check it out."
Well,
bear.
yeah, you don't go hugging them. Have your picture taken with a bison.
No, but I mean, it makes sense too. Like, unless you see a video of someone like effing with a bear and the
Yeah.
bear like rips them
And that's
up.
how it happens.
Most of the videos you see on like Instagram or social media, if a bear gets even like close to frightened, the things take off.
They do run like little sissies.
Right, and-
even though they have the upper hand, but they don't seem to know that.
Alligators, however, are a different story.
Yeah.
They seem to have no problem staying where they are and coming after you.
They know what they are. And don't forget, they're big, stupid lizards.
Yeah.
They just only have like it's the same thing with a shark. I mean, they're an eating machine.
Seems like you kind of have to mess with the gator for it to attack.
Gators and crocodiles.
Well, but
yeah.
see, here's the thing about
Or be walking a small animal.
bears stay away from people.
Yeah.
Right? And you're not going to be in a lot of places where there are bears unless you go out of your way. Same with sharks.
Sure.
Alligators are weird, though, because like you can be golfing in Florida. They're
They're all over the place.
Sunbathing on the course.
Yeah.
Well, there's that one where you see this golfer, who was it? He's a pro. He's walking down the fairway, and there's an alligator standing there. And he just runs over and wiggles his tail, and he goes back in the water. I go, are you insane?
So to your point, I would have thought there would have been way more alligator deaths than just one.
Yeah.
But here we
I
sit.
know.
Gators are cool.
Okay.
All right, so don't mess with animals, but don't be terrified of them. And I think the most important thing to take from this, watch out for deer.
Yes.
Watch out for deer. All right, let's take a break. Local governments, town, village, cities, have come out this week and asked folks to start getting rid of these in their yard.
Oh.
And it has nothing to do with landscaping.
All right.
Something to do with something else. And they call these junk. But the word junk is a subjective term.
Okay.
Because what is junk to you is a treasure to someone else.
So true.
And when it comes to the community of people that hold on to these things,
Yeah.
short of paying them, and maybe that won't even work, there is nothing you can do to get these people to be like, oh, okay, I'll get rid of this right now.
This yard crap.
You call it yard crap.
It sounded like it.
We're going to do it. And we'll do it next here in the break room. On CMF. Men love three things.
Oh, yeah.
Food,
Whip.
touching themselves, and junk.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
But some local leaders across the state are trying to talk folks in our area into getting rid of one of those things.
Good.
Food's still around. You have the God-given right to touch yourself.
That's right.
That means there's only one thing left, son.
What's that?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now.
What do you got?
You can head to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock Tribute Pack, 4-pack of tickets to 3 tribute shows this month at Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in downtown Canandaigua. You can celebrate Southern rock and the music of Leonard Skinner. With High Noon, May 3rd. Experience the Rolling Stones May 9th, performed by Satisfaction.
Mick.
The International Rolling Stones Tribute Show. And enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings.
Paul.
Okay, give Paul a better voice. He's one of the
Well, yeah,
greatest.
let's do the accent.
Hey, it's my impression.
Okay.
But
it's not an impression.
It's my vision here.
Okay, my bad. You do you.
Cut.
You
Cut.
do you.
Kimmy, he's got
Just a lack of creativity.
I was
is all
going for
I'm
a
saying.
good, nice blunt Paul.
He's got the outfit of a director who's been shaved by Hollywood, who just shows up with like a pastrami sandwich. That show's May 31st.
Which one?
The
Paul.
If you can't wait to win, get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. Just after 9:30, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Kimmy criticizes everything I do today.
You're very sensitive this week.
Yes.
She said you couldn't bang. You got all butthurt over that.
She
That
said
was last
I
week.
couldn't find emojis yesterday.
I told you. I tried.
I was too ugly to get a knob in the back seat of a car.
No, that I agree with. But she yelled at me yesterday. I tried to get you on my side. You wouldn't do it, and she did not stay loyal. She turned on you too.
I know.
And I tried to tell you, and you want to listen.
You're right.
You are in a mood.
I'm
this
the
week.
problem.
You are in a mood.
I'm the problem.
We're having fun.
Yeah, we were.
You criticized this Paul before I did.
What's that?
You criticized his Paul before I did.
Kimmy, we
I
go
just
way-
jumped on.
Kimmy, we go way back. It's different.
Yeah, I'm not a part of your jokes. I can't jokey joke with the break room.
No jokey jokes from
Jokey
Kimmy.
jokes.
All right. Yeah. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you.
All right.
Just after 9:30. Excuse me. And a couple days after the general manager of the Bills kind of went off.
Yeah.
On our sister station in Buffalo about drafting a receiver. The Bills signed somebody yesterday.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Local governments across New York are asking residents to get rid of the cars they are not using on their property. So I guess you'd call them junk cars.
We used to call them mow-arounds.
Okay. I like that. Some men call them paradise.
Yeah.
It turns out a lot of towns, villages, and cities in New York have laws on the books that make having junk cars on your property against the law.
Well, they're dangerous.
Why are they dangerous?
Because kids could get in and get hurt.
Kids are good at it. Get hurt.
What if the kid gets in the trunk or in the car, hurts himself because they're rusty, they're garbage? They're a hazard.
What's interesting in this story, however,
What's that?
everywhere in this article, the word junk is in quotations.
Okay.
Because, an existential question, what is junk?
You know junk when you see it.
No, define junk.
Okay, let's say the car does not work.
Okay.
And you have to mow around it.
But maybe you're
you got some junk.
But that guy doesn't see junk. He sees something that can be
Yeah,
restored.
but he didn't put it there as a decoration.
Right, it's just
he
there.
put it there because he can't move it.
He doesn't know how to
you
fix it,
Yeah.
or he doesn't have the time or the money.
Okay. They try to define junk car in this
Okay.
article. Are you ready?
All right.
Quote. This is the state, by the way.
All right.
The vehicle is wrecked, stored, discarded, dismantled, or partly dismantled.
Okay.
2, it is not in condition for legal use on the
Oh,
highway.
yeah, it's not street legal, right?
3, the condition would cost more to put it back on the road than the value of the car.
So it's totaled.
So does that sound like the car has been so far
Yeah,
gone?
it's dilapidated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that sound like junk to you?
Yes. If
Because-
there's anything living in it that's not your family.
There are lots of people listening right now that would argue they need that car for other things.
Oh, bro, Florida is full of this stuff. Did I ever tell you I knew a guy whose family they had cars that didn't work.
Okay.
They used to store stuff in them.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah. That's sad.
Well, it's just free storage.
Yeah, it sure is.
Look, what if you get the exact same make and model of that car in a few years and you need an exhaust manifold gasket?
Oh, you use it for parts.
Yeah, who looks stupid then? Now I got this pretty sweet exhaust manifold gasket that I would not have had had I not kept this car. Look, this is bad policy.
No, it's not.
It
You
is?
got to clean it. It's very dangerous.
It's not. You keep saying dangerous.
Children, by the way, these things leak chemicals. and compounds that get into the water systems, and then the bird gets sick.
Bro, if it's a junk car, it ain't got chemicals left in it.
It oozes.
Okay, it's
like
already oozed.
Your mom.
Okay. The car is not hurting anybody. The junk car.
You don't
is
think
not-
a kid could get hurt?
Okay, I guess you could. Show me examples.
Keep jackassing around.
Show me examples. Like the reason you have to take doors off refrigerators is for that exact reason
Right.
when you go to throw them out. Fair enough, right?
Right.
Do we see a lot of stories of kids getting stuck in junk cars?
Well, listen, maybe we just dodged a bullet so far.
Forever and ever and ever?
Who knows?
Amen.
And it's just ugly, man.
See, there it is. It has nothing to do with safety.
It
You just
is.
don't want to look at
And
it.
it looks trash. You are trash. There's no bigger definition of trash than abandoned car in your front yard that you have to like work around.
Well, and if stuff starts stacking up on it, I mean, it could attract rodents and stuff. Like once it starts to affect,
and he don't care about
once
rats. He
it
grew
starts
up
to
with
affect my house,
Yes.
I'm out on your junk.
What is
your
the
junk pile?
Is the car made out of cheese? Junk pile is one thing. I'm talking about the car, specifically
but
the car.
do you think like somebody that keeps junk car also is just keeping a junk car?
Okay, I get that.
Like the whole
one.
you know
I'm
it.
guessing like there's other junk.
They got junk
laying around.
spouse, junk ass kid, junkyard dog.
Look,
the family's junk.
If somebody's got a junk car in their yard that they don't want to get rid of, if it makes them happy, why would you want to take that away?
Okay, it doesn't
make
make
them happy?
No, it does make some of these people
they
happy.
They don't get like joy
Yes.
out of it, like Christ
I'm
has
guessing they
risen.
Some of them do.
I'm guessing they get more joy making money off that junk car.
Okay, but then why haven't they
nobody
got-
wants it?
why
so
have-
that's why it's sitting there.
There's no such thing as nobody wants it. You can junk it. There are people that keep them because they want the car. Listen, life is hard. Things can
And
suck.
you're making it harder.
Things can suck. If there is a reason that car is in the front yard, which there is because it's still there, maybe you have dreams of doing something with it. Maybe there is sentimental value in that vehicle.
Oh, like what?
How
You
long
drove
do
it
you
as a
keep
kid.
it there then before you realize this, I'm not doing anything with this.
Okay, but here's the thing.
It's depressing looking too.
Let's say that car belonged to your dad.
Right.
And you had a great relationship with your dad. You drove that car with him. He drove you around. That is
All
the
right.
last connection
and,
you
and-
have.
and it means something to you.
You're going to make that guy get rid of it?
Take care of it. It
Well,
means so much to you.
It's gone now. I don't have the money. But,
It's more decayed than your dead father.
wow, that's not a thing to say to their face.
Oh, what? I don't have rights to my feelings?
You know. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. The state of New York, local governments are asking people, as the weather gets better, get rid of your junk cars on the driveway, in the yard, whatever. And they define junk cars as not a condition for legal use on the highway. Bringing it back up to snuff would cost
Yeah.
more than the cars actually worked. Wrecked, stored, discarded, dismantled, or partly dismantled.
And you grew up like this. This is your old man.
All we had was a Mazda RX-7 that didn't move.
Yeah.
A boat that didn't move for 10 years.
Yeah.
A snowmobile in the garage that didn't move. I don't ever remember it actually moving, and it was there till I moved out of my house. But other than those three things.
What about the RV?
And the RV, well, we had more. There was one RV that didn't move,
That-
and then an RV that kept throwing fan belts. But then we moved the one that didn't move to a parking lot of a business of a buddy my dad knew, and then possums got
you moved
inside
your junk around.
and started a family.
Possums.
And my dad and I went to go clean out the RV when I was a kid, and the possum family flew out at us. But other than that,
All right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Morning, boys and Kimmy.
Hey.
So I actually, a long time ago, I had a buddy who bought a bunch of junk cars, barely got them running enough just to piss off the town we lived in because the town engineer or something got in his face one day. So a lot of people keep these cars just out of spite of the town they live in.
I love it. I love it. That
Anarchy.
guy's my hero.
That's yard anarchy.
No, he's following the law, so it's not anarchy, you bitch.
Yeah, he barely kept the cars street legal, kept plates on them, just so that the town engineer had to drive by his house every single day.
In his stupid
on his
train
way to
hat.
work.
Yeah. Jay, that guy's my hero. Thanks for the call. So now we got people making
Yeah.
legitimate arguments.
You got people riled up.
All right, so first off,
Yeah.
Jack writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, tell Tommy, don't come near my house. 10 cars in total, only 4 that drive.
That's Jack trash.
Jack
That is
trash.
some Jack ass trash.
Jimmy Jack trash, and he don't care.
He's got 10 busted ass cars.
10 busted-ass cars?
Yeah.
Well, no, 6 busted-ass cars, 4 that drive.
Okay, the 4 that drive also busted
Well,
ass.
what if you're using the other cars to keep the cars that are driving?
Hey, why don't you just buy a car that works?
Because there are people that like older
Can't
cars.
afford it. People,
Could be
that's
that.
stuff.
Look, you said it yourself,
Fair
man.
situation.
You said it yourself. Cars today are more computer than they are mechanical.
Bro, I go down the aisle right now, man. Nothing down. They take care of the first payment. I'm riding down there. I'm riding high, baby.
That's a great idea, and that's the way I do it. But
That's why I would do it.
I'm not a mechanic person. If you're someone that enjoys driving cars that you actually understand, this is why people do this stuff.
If you have multiple junk cars in your yard, you ain't a good mechanic because they would be rolling, not growing in your yard.
You need parts for these things. The parts can be expensive. He's doing the J.O. hand motion.
That's not I want a half stripped out, rusted out car. It's a junkyard.
And I think it's one thing, I guess, if you're working on the car, it's a hobby, but I think a lot of these things just sit.
They do.
They just sit. You're not actually working on it.
You so right, girl.
Andrew brings up a great point in our DMs on Twitter.
Yeah.
Quote, not legal for street use. So no more demolition derby cars, no more drag racers, no more mud track cars,
You bring it
etc.
to that space for that reason, but I don't think you're doing that.
But it's got to sit there until it's ready to go to that space. It's got to get worked on.
Hey, I'm fine with it sitting there if you eventually move it.
He ain't.
Right. Put your demolition crap in the backyard. This ain't the state fair.
No, but that's where it's going. The state fair or the county fair
Why
or
is
my
it
buddy
in
Frank's yard.
Why is it in your garage and you're working on it?
Well, I don't have
Why is
room.
it?
I'm keeping all my other stuff that ain't working in my garage right now. I got a snowmobile in there. I got half an RV. I got a
I don't
Mazda
want to
RX.
see all your hobbies and failed adventures in your front yard.
Okay, well, here's like the most. I'm sorry, Kim. I keep cutting you off.
That's okay. I was just going to say, and the more that junk stacks up, the more it just becomes a fire hazard.
Thank you. So dangerous.
Oh, my God.
We're going into dry season.
Oh, my God.
Ask your mom. Oh, she was on fire last night. Like South Jersey. No, but she's right. It's a fire hazard.
Okay. All right. The worst thing about the junk car or the junk car in your yard or the garage, the worst thing for you is that it doesn't look great.
It's ugly.
That's it. So let me ask you this question.
But I don't think people with that stuff care.
They don't, and that's what my point is here. You don't own that property. If you own your home,
here we go.
no, if you own your home and you are paying taxes on your home, as long as what you have is not hurting anybody, which these cars are not, you should be able to keep it. You got a dangerous dog? Fine.
Okay.
You got a fire hazard or whatever, something's going to hurt somebody, chemicals? Fine. This ain't hurting nobody.
I have a question.
Yes, you in the back.
What bothers you more? I'm going to aim this at Tommy.
Okay.
Junk in the yard or Christmas decorations up all year long?
Ooh.
I think the car would be more depressing.
That would bother you more?
Well, it looks more run down.
Okay.
It looks more like I'm living in squalor. Christmas decoration, you're just a tacky ass.
Tacky ass as opposed to a junk ass.
Yes, I take tacky ass over junk ass.
Okay.
What about a junk car with Christmas decorations on it?
That's kind of funny. You know, there's somebody's got that song.
Yeah, probably.
Makes me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
What's weird to me, Tommy, with
What's
this
that?
discussion, you're a guy who's talked about the decline of culture on this show.
Right.
And although you weren't a gearhead, you said it makes you sad. Right? Rochester was a big car culture.
Oh,
town.
yeah. I think it still is with some of the older guys.
Yeah, and you still see it in pockets,
Oh,
to your
hot
point.
rods, yeah.
Not only that, but, I mean, parking lots of some department stores
Yeah.
in Irondequoit. I would think a guy like you and guys your age would be totally okay with the junk car in the yard because it's a staple of what you grew up with.
Yeah, but that was like in the South, and it was like poor. Like those legitimate hot rod guys. I mean, that's an expensive rich man's hobby.
Yeah, but that's why this is the lower version of it. I can't afford a high-end car, but I can afford to slowly bring this back up to snuff or hold on to it until I have the opportunity to.
But why isn't it in your front yard?
Because
man?
I ain't got a...
What if I put all my failures in my front yard? I got two ex-wives. I'll let them just rot in the front yard. You can mow around them.
You know what probably bothers you?
I'll throw a Southern fiance in there, too.
Cover with Christmas decorations.
You know what probably bothers you the most about the whole
That would do an
situation?
improvement.
There's really nothing you can do about it.
No,
As far as what?
Like if this person has a bunch of junk cars or just junk in general, like they can come and they can find that person.
Yeah.
They can tell them to move it, but that doesn't mean that guy's going to do it.
Right.
It could just stack up more and more and more.
But I'm on that guy's side.
Of course you are.
I don't know. I think it
The
gets to a
decline
point.
of the American front yard.
I think it gets to a point where even you would be like, all right, this is too much.
I celebrate
This
that,
is
man.
excessive.
We're gonna have a country of rotting cars and ex-wives and fiancés in the front yard.
Ben writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. We live next to a neighbor that has junk all over his yard. Guy often hides behind it when the cops show up and has been arrested multiple times for lewd acts. Okay, that's a different guy.
There's a lot going on there.
No, this is what you get. This
Oh,
is
really?
just lewd acts.
Really?
If you have that multiple cars in your yard, you are moments away from a lewd act.
Baron Von Butt writes us on Instagram. Tommy's tracksuit is a fire hazard. Spontaneous combustion, Tommy. Those thighs rubbing together with that cheap-ass foreign polyester he paid for. I mean, look, Kimmy, I don't know about you because you didn't grow up here, Tommy. But, like, the neighborhood I grew up in, every other house had a cool car that was almost back to running in the garage.
Okay.
In the
Yeah, but that's
almost
I see
back
that
to running.
as
Such a
different,
loose
though.
statement.
I see the guy that works on that car. I see that as different than junk guy.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, there would be times where the hood would be up, it would be covered in a tarp, whatever it was.
Yeah,
and
I
it
hate that.
No, I mean, we had that in my neighborhood. I see that different
I think the
because
Pep Boys.
it doesn't stack up. It's one thing. It's the person's hobby, you know?
I got a niece right now.
Mm-hmm.
She lives in the South. You would not want to live next to this girl. She is college educated, Manhattan style.
Mm-hmm.
The old man sold Manhattan real estate.
Damn.
Now they live in the South. 5 cars in the yard.
Okay.
Multiple snakes that as pets.
Okay.
A tortoise.
Uh-huh.
All around there. You want to live next to that?
I got a question.
That's different.
Man in the back looks like a doofus.
Yeah. Do we live in America?
Do
we live in America?
I don't want that part of America.
Dude, you can't choose a part of America, buddy.
I say secession now. No, but her house, like,
bro.
I was living in fear, like they wanted to invite us over. Poisonous snakes, cars, and tortoises.
Joke's on you. Nobody wants you invited over. No, bro. It's none of my business. It is your life.
You want to live next to that?
It's your life, right? I live in. If I want to celebrate my freedoms, why can you not have the things that you enjoy
Because,
if you're not hurting
like,
anybody?
No, but like you keep your house nice. You want to sit out, like Kimmy. She wants to sit out on her porch and relax and have a glass of wine, or she wants to, hit the pipe a little bit, and she's
I'm saying, like, okay, let's say a neighbor comes over.
She wants to sit over and get high on her porch and listen to some nice music with the old man. And I got this over here.
Let's say Kimmy's ripping monster bongs.
I got Arkansas across the street.
Let's say Kimmy's out on her back deck and she's ripping monster bongs.
She got the dead music going.
All that stuff, right? And her neighbor and the clouds get into her neighbor's yard. The neighbor comes over and goes, "Hey, I got my kids out here. Stop smoking pot." Should she have to stop?
If there's children around, I think yes.
Because you just said, but what if Kimmy wants to enjoy? Okay, let's say there's no children. Neighbor comes over. Hey, stop smoking pot. I don't smoke pot. I'm getting a secondhand over here. Should she have to stop?
No, because
why?
He ain't getting no secondhand smoke.
Well, you can smell that stuff all throughout the neighborhood when
somebody
lights
smell
up.
like secondhand,
like a mile away.
Yeah. So why should she not have to stop? Because of freedom? Because we live in America?
Because Kimmy,
America, shut your ugly face. Tommy, not America?
I will say this: Kimmy smoking pot is not an eyesore. Kimmy is an eyesore.
I was gonna.
Go ahead.
Nice.
That's a joke.
That's what you get.
It's just a joke. Now I'm a part of your jokey jokes. So you don't want to see it, but you don't mind smelling it.
Right.
Okay, what if that pile of junk, you don't see it, but it stinks?
Ooh.
It stinks like gasoline, or there's a strong smell coming from that guy's stuff and stacked up in his garage.
So
but the garage door's closed.
So who do I live next to?
I don't know. Who
With
you
a
live next
strong
to?
smell.
Who you live next to?
Who would that be?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I guess it could be anybody, really. Or your mom. Steaky steak. Tough steak.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Again, we started this conversation talking about junk cars. Local governments across New York State are reminding people as the weather gets nicer to get rid of the cars in their driveways, lawns, and in garages they're not using. Junk cars, and they define junk cars as not a condition for legal use on the highway.
All right.
The condition of the car would cost more to put it back on the road than the value of the car. The vehicle's wrecked, stored, discarded, dismantled, or partly dismantled.
It looks abandoned.
I'm saying, look, if that makes you happy, God bless you.
You do it, man.
If it doesn't, if you don't own that property, shut up.
That's
so
right.
is it illegal to have that in your driveway?
Yes, but when illegal is as in
right.
we can.
So if I was a neighbor and I was pissed and I called, can they even do anything? Like it's not like they can tow it out of your driveway.
I mean,
right?
I think they could just fine you because it's your property.
So it's just
They
you
take
just
it.
rack up the fines if you didn't want to do anything about it.
I don't know because you do have to have cars registered. I don't know if they could take it. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
Has anyone had a junk car taken out of their driveway? 252 WCMF. Brent writes us on Facebook. The big problem is the title. If you lost or never had the title in the first place, you can't junk a car or sell it to someone else. Getting the paperwork is a pain, and sometimes there are charities that will take them, but they also may need other paperwork you don't have. I watch my dad go through it. Okay, that makes sense.
So if you don't have the paperwork, they can demand that you surrender the car or remove it?
No. What he's saying is, what Brett is saying,
Right.
the reason some people keep these junk cars is because they don't have a title and no one will take them off their hands. You can't junk a car without a title.
Wait, I can't take it to a scrapyard?
I don't think so. Kimmy, can you Google that? Can you junk a car without a title?
Yeah, because then how would you be able to get rid of it?
That's what he's saying. That's why
Okay.
some people keep them.
Right.
Because, bro, if I start stealing cars, I could just take, if they didn't need a title,
Okay.
I just take it to the junkyard.
Oh.
Brand new Kia. I don't want it anymore. It's junk. All right, we got folks sitting on hold. Let's go there while Kimmy is looking if I need a title to junk my car. James is on CMF. Hey, James, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you doing, man?
Hey, great, man. How are you?
All right, great, hanging in there. I haven't talked to you in a while.
I know. We've been asking. Where's James?
Yeah, I've been busy.
All right, good. What do you got?
I can relate to what Tommy's talking about the quirky neighbor that he had.
Yeah.
We came home from the mountains. We were driving home from the mountains one time. Pulled in the driveway, and my neighbor across
I want
the
to
street-
junk this call.
He's on your side, buddy. No, listen to Tommy.
I want to
Tommy.
abandon this call.
I'll get to it. I had a neighbor across the street, and he was cooking up roadkill in his pot on the porch.
Okay.
What's the problem? He also kept like 50 gallons of gasoline on tap there. In
yeah, that would be a little
That's a problem.
alarming. Yep.
Gasoline on tap. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the yard, between, houses are really close. East Rochester, the houses are really close together. And then one time, all of a sudden I see this big bus out in front of our house. He's changing the oil on an old school bus that he converted into a
RV?
like a camper.
Yeah,
you
okay.
know?
That sounds awesome. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, Pat loves this stuff.
It blocked the whole street.
I feel like the
man.
way you're talking, that may have been by design. No, I don't have to see that guy across the street anymore. James, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Your side. Team Tommy.
No, Tommy is on his side. He'd be pissed if there was a school bus on his street at all times.
Can I ask a question?
What?
What's wrong with cooking roadkill outside?
It's gross and it stinks. And
It stinks. The Italian is going to talk about smelly ass food.
I'm probably more
Tripe,
concerned
the
about
feast of the seven fishes sounds like Tommy's mom
Don't
sneezed with
bring
her
your
legs
mother
open.
into
I
this.
said it first. I said it first.
I'm more concerned about gasoline on tap.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that-
Why are you drinking it?
By the way, you asked about not having a title for the car.
To junk a
you
car.
can donate it.
Yeah, that's what he said. But he said,
like
so
it says like. So I'm
The Kidney
looking at
Foundation
the Cars for Kids says no title, no problem.
So Brent
You
says
just-
there's other. I'll read this again.
There's alternatives.
You don't know that.
Yes.
Because you thought I could junk it without a title a second ago.
Certain guys will take it. No.
Seems like they accept a lot of cars without titles.
And even if you have a title, you know what the problem is?
What's that?
I'm guessing the junk price isn't enough if you're going to junk your car to get guys to separate from their vehicle. Because, like, what does a junker get you now? Like a couple $100?
I guess.
It was $100. I knew it was $100 because I had to junk like 4 cars when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah.
So what's like, let's say it's $200. That's like a week of groceries in exchange for this machine?
And you're going to lose all those memories. And then you're going to have that bare spot.
Maybe.
That you're never going to fix.
Okay. But now you got a bare spot you're going to bitch about, so I can't win.
You could fix the bare spot.
See,
but
there
you
we go
won't.
again.
But you won't.
There we go again. I want everything my way, even though I don't own any of this property. And it smells like my mom sneezed with her legs open over here because I'm doing this.
How
feast.
would I know what my mother smells like with her legs open?
No, I said sneezed with her legs open, and I'm sure that happened. Achoo. And what's on my face? God.
You get appalled at the things I say.
Well, no, I mean, you
my
look,
mother's splattering my face.
I didn't want to
Wait,
have
what?
to go
Your
there.
mom?
I didn't want to have to go there. You forced me to.
Oh, yeah, it's my fault.
I had no choice. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
We've already started, man.
Oh, no. My
Bitching
mom.
it out.
Oh, I did 5 mom jokes. He doesn't want to hear it. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And it was a couple days ago
What happened?
that Bill's general manager, Brandon Bean, got a little angry
You got a little bitchy, yeah.
with 2 buddies from our sister station out there in Buffalo, right? That they would even suggest this idea.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, the Bills went out and did this. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. This guy got really mad
Uh-oh.
in a radio show earlier this week at the suggestion that they do something like this, and then the Bills made an announcement yesterday, and a lot of people are going, You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, can't call him short or stupid or point out what is wafting in the air when his mother sneezes with her legs open. You got to really hurt someone. So along the lines of
Bad W. I want to just crap up my whole yard because I'm a real American. Because I got a bunch of real American crap in my yard. It doesn't work anymore because I'm a junkyard bitch.
I am a real American. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's see CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like Zelensky's stupid brother on television. He's got his own radio show because my brother's president of the Ukraine. Because I look like busted Zelensky brother bitch.
Now, I was president of an organization here in Rochester for about...
Oh, I'm Pat Kimmy. I'm so jealous of Tommy's prowess because he brings it every night, but I don't think so. Even though I'm bringing it, little bitch.
All goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth, be a tough guy, but I got an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm scared as dumbass bitch.
Today, baby.
Oh, what are we doing?
You don't know. I told you, but
you're
you don't like it.
You're afraid to say it out loud?
No, I said I was going to do scallops on the Blackstone. I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to watch the Weather Channel because somebody's going to get hurt, so I'm a non-weather watching little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
All right, so your Buffalo Bills are back in Orchard Park working out, doing their whole
Yeah.
And the draft finished up over the weekend. We had talked on Monday, Kimmy, about how curious it was that in the first 4 rounds of the draft, the Bills didn't take a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Kind of
Like
thought
pure defense, really.
Yeah, kind of thought that was a hole the Bills were looking to fill. That same conversation took place on our sister station, WGR 550, in Buffalo. Our buddy Jeremy White and his co-host Joe, Jeremy and Joe's show, they have a scheduled appearance with Brandon Beane, general manager of the Bills, after the draft. So they had the discussion about the wide receivers.
Yeah.
Then Brandon Beane came on the show, and Brandon Beane did not appreciate
he did not.
The takes they had about the wide receiver draft situation.
Weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, we're very. How so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just scored. Hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about.
Do your talky talk.
Do your little show.
Bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
All right.
Dumb. Yeah. So they're saying that dumb even think of asking this question.
They don't need anybody.
You
They're
would
good.
dummy.
You got it. So that sparked massive debate all week long. Who was in the wrong here? Was it Brandon Beane? Was it those clowns on the radio in Buffalo? Yesterday, the Bills made an announcement.
What'd they do?
The Bills signed wide receiver Elijah Moore to a 1-year, was it $1.5 million deal, or was it $5 million?
$5.
Okay, it might have been
said
$5.
up to $5.
Okay, up to $5 million. Okay. So, by the way, good signing by the Bills.
No, it's dumb.
Former second-round pick of the Jets. He demanded a trade to the Browns. Things did not work out well.
Right.
He has potential. He's been playing with garbage quarterbacks his whole career.
Oh,
maybe
right.
Josh
We don't really
is the guy
know
that-
what he's capable of, I guess.
Okay. But I'm sure you, like Tommy, a lot of
The
people.
timing of it all.
Yes.
You see this a thing.
Oh, yeah. You dumb. I mean, come on, man.
Well, it's funny, too,
Not
because
even a week later.
the same day that Brandon Beane made that phone call, had his spot on the show, the Elijah Moore was visiting with the team.
He was.
That same day.
Yes.
So it is interesting that he went on there and kind of scolded them about it, kind of knowing that they were looking for somebody. Now, I know it wasn't guaranteed that he was going to sign him at the time, maybe, but I mean, you can't really admit you weren't like trying to find some help here.
Okay, there's a reason we're bringing this up, and I don't want to be the guy that has to defend Brandon Beane here because as great as
so what's the strategy?
As great as I think Brandon Beane is as GM, and I do think he should not have done what he did.
Obviously,
to our buddies. That being said, signing a guy for 1 year at $5 million is a lot different than investing a top 3-round pick.
I understand that, but his argument about not signing a top pick was, what are you talking about? We score more points than anybody else.
You don't need it. We have it.
We're not looking for that right now. That's what I heard in his defense of the draft.
Okay, and I think it's lost in translation here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so what I hear from Brandon Beane is we don't need to draft someone where we can put an asset somewhere else, a young guy that's going to save us a bunch of money that we're going to invest in over the next 4 years. Because that's how long you've had that person for, unless you had him in the first round. That's 5 years. Whereas we can bring this guy in. He wants to sign a prove-it deal because he's trying to get his career back on track.
All right, okay.
Maybe we find a diamond in the rough like you did with a Leonard Floyd, a Jordan Phillips, Poyer, Micah Hyde, guys like that. Whereas, I mean, it's a lot more of an investment to take someone in round 1, 2, or 3 than it is to sign this guy. I don't see them as connected.
Well, yeah, but I guess because he got so pissed off. Like, how dare you even think this? Like, he went off.
You did. Look, I don't think – I agree with you.
And again, it kind of seemed like they were going to – if it wasn't Elijah Moore, they were going to bring in somebody else.
Look, he should not have said what he said. I don't think so. But I don't see this as even close to the same thing as drafting a wide receiver in round 1, 2, or 3. I don't. I mean, I am excited about this, although I was excited last year about Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and that guy was off the roster.
Didn't do much.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think of this wide receiver core, in all sincerity.
I hear it's great.
Well, Brandon Beane says so.
Most points ever.
I mean, that is a fact. That is not most points ever.
No, this team's even better, he's saying.
He didn't say that in the audio.
Kind of did.
No, he did.
He said, he goes, I got a better. He basically said, we got a better core this year than even last year, and last year's was off the charts.
He said none of that. We literally just played the audio. Like, what he said was bad enough. You don't have to start making stuff up.
And then he said, China's going to pay for it. China is going to pick up the picks.
252 WCMF. A couple days after Brandon Beane goes off on our buddies over at WGR on Monday. It's announced yesterday the Bills signed wide receiver Elijah Moore, former second-round pick, 1 year, up to $5 million. Ted's on CMF. Hey, Ted. How are you, buddy?
Hey, how are you today?
Good.
Hey, I listened to actually, I read something yesterday that he expanded on it. He pretty much said, unless he got one of the top receivers in the draft, none of the other receivers that were there after that were really any different than what they already have, like the slot receiver and possession receiver.
Yeah. So there were a lot of like dual roles that they would have played. And here's the thing, Ted. I understand that. And if Beane would have went on, because they didn't even ask about the receiver. He started going. If Beane would have come on and said, well,
that,
the reason we didn't take a receiver is, well, if we weren't up in the top 10, it wasn't worth it. It was the idea that he's like, well, we don't need it. We wouldn't do it. Why would I do that?
Yeah, maybe he was just upset with these talking heads always crapping on him, you know.
Oh, these radio shows?
You mean like us?
You like you guys.
Okay, great.
Jerks. Bunch of jerks.
Ted, great call, buddy.
Guys.
Take care. There goes Ted.
Chuckle chops.
I mean, how do you...
It was just interesting, I think, the whole situation because of all the things that the Bills have been criticized for over the years. Like, it doesn't seem like that would get you that angry.
Right.
You know?
And
like,
again,
I can
Something's eating
understand
at that guy.
getting pissed at a coach's decision in a game or, you know, the Bills falling short of the Super Bowl. Like, there are bigger things, I guess, that the team's been criticized for than simply not taking a position in the draft.
Yeah, but maybe the idea of not taking a wide receiver.
Because maybe it's because it was so small. That's what pissed him off.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, if no one is going to have the balls to look at Brandon Beane and say, you're not making it to the Super Bowl, you're not doing your job enough, but he may have also heard, you're not taking a wide receiver, which is not contributing to this offense, which is meaning you're not you just want to hate the guy.
Effect.
I don't hate the guy.
No, you want to hate the guy. You're making up stuff he's saying after we literally just played the audio.
He just seemed to come in a little too hot.
I agree.
And it seems like either he looks down on these guys and like, I got to do this now, and I got to take crap off of these two punks.
Jeremy's older than I am.
No, but like he may just punk ass. You know, these
father
guys,
of multiple children.
these
mortgage.
FM types.
Okay, they're AM, by the way.
Even worse.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF.
It's the Gospel Hour with Pat.
Gonna be Rebaroo?
Rebaroo.
For what day?
The
Thursday, Rapperoo, here in the break room on CMF. That makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
Paul. We're going to get creepy.
Yep, we got a creep cap coming at you. Also, there is someone in New York State trying to make a change to high school sports.
Oh.
He says this is not fair. And here's the thing. He may have a point.
All right.
Because as it sits right now, whether your kid goes to a private school or a public school,
Yeah.
at least in Section 5, once you get to the playoffs, everybody sees each other.
Okay.
So you have private schools playing public schools.
What's the
And-
problem?
Well, there are parents arguing that the private schools have more ways for them to make their teams better than the public schools do.
Well, that's true.
Okay. There is a debate to be had here.
Mm.
And we're going to get into it tomorrow because there are things people can point to and go, ah.
Mm.
But without the whole story,
Okay.
it's more like, oh.
Mm.
But it's also the man who wants this to happen, a lawmaker from downstate. If you wanted to make the argument that I want things to be fair for every kid in New York State,
Yeah,
that is a perfectly
It's kids' sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally fair argument.
Let's do this.
But there's a bit of a background
Okay.
because his baby girl went into the high school playoffs earlier this year.
Oh, this guy's.
Yes.
And
he
He's
didn't like
got a direct connection.
Okay.
He didn't like what happened. So we will have this discussion tomorrow, just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Because Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene.
Jolene.
What a fine gal.
Yep. And
Great
she
music.
And she may have some Paul McCartney for you.
What? She's going to be playing Paul.
She's got 10 songs at 10 songs in a row coming at you. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who has just been super mean all
Yeah.
week.
I think I've been
Yeah.
mean.
You yelled at me
You guys are
yesterday.
really sensitive.
You had the sass mouth going.
No, you're just crushing people and
And
then
that- Yeah.
trying to
Look.
play victim.
Mm-hmm.
Called me a gaslighter yesterday.
Yes.
Kind of are. You're telling me how I felt about something.
Do you hear this? Did you get like
Tommy said it too. Tommy said, "Wow, you're telling a woman how to feel." If I believe.
I don't remember that.
No, remember when you were
an
on her
exact
side?
quote.
Remember when you were on her side and then she attacked? She snapped the rest of the week.
Insulted his emoji use.
Yes.
For Tommy Muley, who according to Kimmy is too old to use emojis, doesn't have sex really well, is ugly. What did you say about him today that really pissed him off? Oh, you criticized his Paul McCartney impression?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't good enough.
I just didn't get it. I don't get it.
See, the joke is
Yeah.
Skinner, high energy.
Right.
Rolling
Well,
Stones,
you do- I
high
just-
energy.
You know, when you
Right.
do the Rolling Stones, you do the accent a little bit, and then you
Right.
just say Paul. You know.
It's called misdirection.
Yeah, it's blunt.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right.
Well, you didn't like it either.
Well, I was just being
You
a dick.
started it.
Okay. You're legitimately questioning his comedy theory, Kimmy. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.